Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Muffin, hello. Wow. You just came in and you guessed it correctly. I guess it works like that sometimes too. But yeah, welcome back. I don't my camera's all over the place. Horror games. Hey, how's it going? How have you been? How's the progress on your game and stuff? But yeah, wow. We're back. We're actually working on wow. Working on game dev again. I don't. My camera's like completely jacked. Don't tell Rakish. A little better. Yeah, I don't know. I think I bumped it or something and like messed it up, but we're not gonna worry about that for now. Good, nice, good to hear. Horror games. Hi Panda. My turn to snipe. Yeah. But yeah, welcome back. I hope everyone's having a wonderful start to their week. Wonderful Monday. Today we'll be working on some more game dev. I planned on possibly doing some Advent of Code. What app is that? That's Obsidian. Obsidian. In fact, it looks like why can I not tab to it? Yes. Yep, Obsidian. There we go. Yeah, not sure why that was washed out all of a sudden, but it was. So that's fine. Anyway, but yeah, thank you, Muffin, as well. So yeah, originally I planned on doing some Advent of Code today. And then I was like, well, I'm having a lot of fun with Advent of Code, but it's because it's reaching very close to the end. It's just been very difficult, which is part of the fun as well. I mean, you learn a lot and stuff, but part of the reason the two main reasons I was doing it is, one, because I enjoy it, it's fun, and two, because I want to learn. But towards the end, it's a lot of kind of, it can be very difficult if you're not very experienced with what they want of you and stuff like that. So, hi Crow, how's it going? So I just didn't feel like doing that today, and I thought, well, I'm like, well, I still want to do something, and so I opened up my game, and I started. I did get status. It's a great way to get back. If you guys are looking for some motivation, or if you want to spearhead your way into motivating yourself to work on a game or something, like working on a project, do get status. Okay. Do get status and try and make like a commit. Try and make a commit out of whatever you have, or like not if it's incomplete, of course, but like if there's stuff that you can commit something, and you've done work on it already at that point. Or look at try and like organize something. I find it a really good way, at least for me, to wow, he acknowledged my first message today. Enjoy it while it lasts, Scrub. My backup still copy paste, yeah. Or organize something. I found that if you kind of like dedicate yourself, or like sit down and say, okay, I'm gonna like try and clean up a little bit, do a little tech debt or something like that, organize some stuff. I find it a really good way to kind of slide back into feeling like you actually want to make progress on something. So that's what motivated me to do something today, and the fact that you guys are here. So welcome back. The safe haven should be eradicated. It represents a threat to the rest of the foundry. I agree. But I mean, at least they're not using much water, right? So. And lots of coffee. Lots of coffee is always helpful. Anyway. So yes. We'll be working on the game today. I initially was going to just add some debug textures to things today to slide back into it. I think we'll do a little bit of that at some point today. But I also, which you may see is the theme of today, is story development. I'd like to figure out a little bit more of where things are going, because yeah, I think I just want to make sure everything's kind of solid story wise here. So using Internet Explorer, but that's poor Crow, dude. My man is that's so sad. Poor Crow. Anyway, so let's get back into it. Developers are the most efficient way to convert copy to code, at least for now. Yeah, I would agree with that. Developers who stream are even better at converting coffee to something, but it's converting coffee to idle chat time. Are you gonna make NPCs? See, that's the thing. I wasn't going to horror games. Like, I wasn't gonna have any NPCs, right? I didn't realize you typed that. That's funny, Crow. Crow. Oh yeah, Crow didn't realize you typed it until I read it out loud. I wasn't gonna add NPCs originally. But I was Rakesh actually came up with an excellent idea that I really liked. And I'm thinking right now there are a lot of good horror games with NPCs. Yeah, I think there are a lot of good horror games with like. I can't think of a lot of. I'm trying to think. I use navigation codes very bad. Yeah, I'm trying to think of games. I don't. Can you guys think of any? Do you know any horror games off the top of your head? That do not have NPCs in it, because there's always the presence. It's very hard to have, cause see, it's all about social interactions and stuff, you know, and us interacting with one another. What's considered an NPC? Well, see, like FNAF, for example. I don't know if I would consider exactly like that's what I was thinking about. I don't know if I would consider. I feel like I'd still consider that an NPC. You can't like interact with the NPC, but like it's a presence of another fictional character at that point, you know? You think it's an NPC? Yeah. So like, yeah. I mean, yeah. You mostly play FNAF, oh, really, horror games? Well, I guess it's probably good for your game to study that stuff, right? Silent Hill. Silent Hill has a lot of great NPCs, yeah. I was trying to think, well, wait, doesn't Silent Hill have NPCs, Skeptic? Or are some of the Silent Hills entirely alone? His voice, though, can be categorized as character. Yeah, I'd probably say it's categorized as a character. Because, like, Phone Guy has a presence. Like, Phone Guy does something, you know? The first has very low count. Gotcha, okay. There's no physical body to model. There are no good horror games? I see, Tune. Get out, then. Why are you here, Tune? The most scary are like, yeah, has no NPCs. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's basically NPCs only and cutscenes and stories. Gotcha. Yeah, right. Yeah. I know the Arms Dealer is very famous, yeah. I mean, I'm leaving soon, yeah. If Crow's playing the game, can we count as an NPC? I mean, yeah. Crow would definitely be an NPC. I mean that as in the most derogatory way possible. For clarification. You could probably do like an intercom by the door if you don't feel like designing an NPC character. Well, it's not so much I'm against designing NPC character. It was more along the lines, Panda, that I just don't know. I don't know which would enhance versus detract from the experience, because I feel like there's something to be. I feel like there's something there. Okay, well let me rephrase. Hey Harvey, how's it going? We're discussing story stuff, or we're discussing the impact of NPCs. Vanessa from what is that, horror games? Or is it Dead Island? Man, I haven't seen that name in a long time. Did NPC breathe again because it's a safe space? Yeah. All the Resident Evil games also not have many NPCs that last very short. Gotcha. Yeah, so circling back to what I was saying about specifically for this FNAF. Oh, gotcha. I don't know a whole lot about the FNAF games. or at least the later ones. Like I've only played 1 and 2. I played a little bit of 3. Ah, security breach, gotcha. So yeah. One of the ideas that I had from my experience, right, that I had in mind for the player is a feeling of isolation, and one of the biggest isolating factors I feel like, because I mean humans are social creatures, is to take away that facet of of interaction, I guess. So yeah, you would just no longer be able to, you wouldn't be able to interact with anyone because there's no one there to interact with. The only people that were there are dead. Spoiler alert. So, is rogue horror? I think roguelikes are well, I guess no, I guess you just call them rogues. Roguelike is a yeah. I think they're a horror game to some people, yeah. And that only existed, yeah. Rogue is a game. Oh, okay. What is rogue? What is the rogue game? Oh, it's an old game. Okay. I feel like I've seen this before. The art looks very familiar. Like the cover art. Rogue likes share attributes that Rogue has. Gotcha. That's where it came from then. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. Man. Yeah. Gotcha. So I was like, yeah. What about over world voices? Yeah, so my idea at the moment was you would like part of what I was thinking here. We're in the game dev, right? Yeah. Part of what I was thinking here is like this, right? Should be, yeah, you could see, okay. Part of what I was kind of thinking, right, is when you first, enter this place, like there's a whole kind of intro and everything where you're driving through like a snowstorm essentially. The weather's bad and you're getting to this station and finally you arrive. And it's in complete disarray or whatever. But the only kind of contact you had, I was debating whether or not you'd have any kind of like radio contact or something in the storm. But I was thinking of just having like a find the station. Like that's the objective, find the station, and you're kind of driving in this direction or something. I'm a snowmobile, yeah. It is a snowmobile. You designed the whole thing in what regard? I made that snowmobile. So, you arrive here, right? And the whole thing I wanted to happen is that you get inside. There's no kind of, it's very quiet. There's no interaction. There's no everything else. The scenario, yeah. So, not Blender, but just, I'll show you Godot's built-in things. I love the cardboard boxcar, yeah. So I'm just gonna cheat and go in, right? But so you set down your personal effects, your backpack, everything, because you just arrived here, right? So we do all that, which we could cheat and do that. But it's at this point that before you like set anything up, right? To get anything operational, or to be able to like call home, because this is the thing. If you're gonna call home, I wouldn't let you do it yet. I would want it where, okay, you do the full kind of process. Do we have a load? We do. Oh, that's this load. Okay. So yeah. Is everything life size? Yeah, I was gonna make everything pretty life size just to kind of get a lot of good references. Hi, worker. Story development. This is my shit right here. We're trying. So an intro made delivering supplies, but door doesn't open. Radio has no supply. That's a possible one. My idea for you coming here was set up for you being sent here to perform maintenance, because otherwise, like let's say you're a supply guy, you would arrive here and you wouldn't really know how to do anything, right? You wouldn't know how to troubleshoot stuff because you have no training, whatever else. Part of the reason why I was going to say that you know how to do things is because you were actually formally trained before you were sitting here, right? Right, editing, etc. Yep. It's one of the things I'm good at. Yeah, for sure, worker. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out the getting a sanity check of what I'm thinking. Last seasonal shift guy. It could be, yeah. Well, yeah. That's another good idea. Kind of because the whole thing, right, is that right now, the base is operated by a team of 4, right? And so you were sent here though to get it because like what happened? We lost contact. We don't know stats of the base anymore because we can't get in touch. So we send someone, ex-employee. So it's not an ex-employee. This is an employee. Like I say we, the people that run these stations, like kind of like the government almost of this world, sends you to get it back online because like, hey, we don't know what happened. Go figure it out. Like we couldn't get anywhere else. Yeah, it's not so much. Yeah, the story behind why this guy was chosen would be funny to be like, yeah, he's like a last pick kind of guy, and then everything bad happens to him. He's like, you know what? Sure, I'll take this job. Why not? You're welcome. Expendable, yeah. Expandable. Hi, Stan. Welcome. You're the manager and couldn't delegate, so begrudgingly had to do it. I like that concept too. I like the idea though that it's a grunt. I like the idea that the player's playing a grunt. That's sent out here and it's just management's like, hey man, get it done. All right. I don't really don't even call back until you have something good to report. Kind of situation. Code Veronica starts with you as a prisoner on a secret Umbrella Island. The guards let you free because shit hits the fan and he's wounded, bleeding out. Interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, my idea at the moment is that you're basically like a hired grunt, right? Never been called from a job and just left like, yo, these guys have no idea. Can you help? We'll pay on contract. Could also do that. We'll play into the AI slop theme, right? We'll say that the base had someone vibe coded at the base, and resulted in everything going. Maybe that's the catastrophe that happened. Someone vibe coded, the security gates didn't do what they're supposed to do anymore. And an anomaly got in, it killed everyone, and you're sitting here to find out what the heck happened. But yeah, so you are hired, you have training. You arrive here, and step 1 is to secure the kind of compound. Because I wanted to treat it almost like a military style thing where your objectives are almost kind of militaristic in their ordering and theme. So step 1, kind of scope out the area. Step 2, of course it's going to be a little different, but there's a military blizzard beaver problem, and they chomped too many hot wires. That's a real thing. Maybe you live below the station, but HQ couldn't get in contact, so they send you up. That's another interesting idea. Yeah. I like the idea. Well, the thing is, though, is you would hear everyone. You would hear everything going on before, as shit went down, right? So yeah, you arrive here. Gotta get back online, and the theme is like, okay, secure the compound. Power's not on anymore. Get the power back on. Okay, I have basic necessities: heat and whatever, like heat, basically. Like my most basic needs of survival are met currently. Then you can radio back once power's kind of back on and stuff. You could radio back, be like, hey man, there's like no one here, right? And that guides your objectives. The people over the radio guide your objectives, basically, of like, no one's there. All right, well, try and get the station back online and find out what the heck happened to the previous people. Emphasis on getting it back online. We don't care so much about, we care about that the most. Arthur, hey, welcome back. How are you doing? Um, got our hotline for electrical repair. It occurs. It occurs ants created as short. Kind of reminds me of Long Dark. I definitely want to try and. I mean, my idea was to instill the feelings of isolation. You can't just literally. No, go. I'm not particularly soliciting ideas, Muffin. If you want to pitch an idea, go by all means. Um, I think everything helps. Um, I'm just explaining what I have in my mind, at the moment. If I think of something better, or uh, someone comes up with something that's particularly interesting, and I'd like to expand upon it, then it may change. But more like bouncing ideas, yeah, yeah. How are you? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Staying hydrated, treating yourself so you don't have burnout. Yeah, well, that's why we're doing game dev and not advent of code today. So, yeah, that's funny, Rakish. Yeah. How about this, Rakish? If it has to do with space and time, it shifted things in a way that it went back on the same timeline to where I was early in development of the game, and so I leave it here. The entity in the game, canon, this is canon, rewound the game development time, and so I just release it like this. I just release it like this, and hey, the game was complete. Trust me, it was feature complete and everything. But the that would be interesting actually to have like the game appear like this, and then like you slowly like look around and like change things, and like things become a lot more detailed, like things actually become what they should have been. I might have been cooked. Muffin, I'm like more interested. You can't. That's like the thing of like, hey, I want to say something, and then you're like, nah, no, never mind. I scrapped so many projects and Godot that nowadays I'm afraid to open it. Yeah, that's fair. It's great to see other game development. Yeah, I think it's great for motivation stuff. To see, it's kind of like a shared motivation thing when you see other people kind of working on stuff too. So. Some inspiration, you should play RE1, RE2, RE3, RE Code Veronica, Abiotic Factor, Silent Hill 1 through 3, The Long Dark, Aliens vs. Predator. I actually did play Aliens vs. Predator, a couple of them. I played some of the old Resident Evils. Maybe Resident Evil Outbreak. At that rate, the Jago, I won't be able to get any, any game dev done. If people will be like, hey, what happened to game dev, man? I thought you were making a game. And I'm like, I am. I'm just trying to finish the entire Resident Evil series. I'm just doing research right now, but that's completely fair. I get it. Yeah. I played the demo of Abiotic Factor. I didn't enjoy it that much when I played it back then, but it has really good reviews now. So I assume maybe they address some of the things that I just didn't enjoy as much. I'd imagine, at least. Imagine an enemy that steals textures, and the game starts with the guy stealing all the textures, so the game looks like until the last 2 minutes after you kill it, and the textures go back to the world. Yeah, funny. But yeah, so that's kind of my idea for the theme here. Abiotic Factor was a blast story. It's basically a mix of Resident Evil shenanigans in the backrooms. Well, that's completely different from what I remember experiencing, so I'll have to check it out again. But yeah, so this is one thing I kind of want to do next, is figure out probably figure out that as well. Okay, so imagine the station frequently undergoes mysterious events and people get, well, don't worry about that. The important part is getting the station back up and running. Luckily, the company has 3D printers on staff to print the new crew, but your pod is the only one working. Well, we need you to just figure out what happened to the previous crew and get the other 3 pods up and running. If you fail to do so, you can and will be replaced. Interesting. Kobayali? Bailey. Co Bailey. I don't know where I don't know what I said before, but thank you for the follow. Welcome. Co Bailey. Uh, so yeah, that's a pretty cool idea. Hmm. I really want to make a survival game as well. Um, most survival-based building games, and for me the same resource harvest loop. Yeah, yeah. I've heard Abiotic actually encourages exploration and stuff. So more, more so a very big escape room. Interesting. Yeah. So hmm. You know what? I should actually use that one script I wrote where I don't have to constantly switch back and forth things. Um, skip the facility like an old RE games or Half Life. Yeah, because don't isn't the initial part of the game like you arrive at the base, you go down, and then shit goes sideways, and then you you need to try and get out at that point. Yeah. Okay. So the initial like premise remained the same, um, for when they did the playtest and stuff. Phaser, hey, welcome back. Remaster update, isn't that kind of old, Crow? How's Valve going? We're you still unlocked me. It's it's going. We're thinking at the moment. So working on a little bit of story development. What are we doing here? That's what I ask every day. Nothing. I like the. I mean, that's the one thing that I do want to have the player feel is that sense of dispensability and replaceability, right? You're the guy that's doing the job because you were available, and that's kind of it's a bit cliche, but I think it's a really good theme because it's just you know what to expect. You know that you're in a position that you do not want to be in, and that's just that's them's the breaks, right? The main difference is that Abiotic you actually enclose, you feel trapped. While other games you're like, bro, was that 1 meter high fence? I could jump over and I'm free. Yeah, why is it not possible? Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Um, I guess one of the tricky things is I don't know at what point it makes sense to even ask certain things, right? Compared to like actually just fleshing it out and trying it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I change the concept. Sorry, games did great. Well, you can't leave the Jago, so I'll explain. Do you have a drawing tablet device, or is this mouse drawn? This is mouse drawn. Mouse drawn. Some better than others. Hi, Scala. And redacted algos things. I was trying to have good talent. Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. I appreciate it. I love drawing, and I've always wanted to get better at drawing. So to to do this was a lot has been a lot of fun, and I look forward to doing it more. Um, yeah, definitely want to keep improving. Oh, so you were asking about the concept of why are you stuck here, right? So basically, one of the reasons you're actually stuck here is I think what's gonna happen um, is you're gonna. I should probably make the game be visible over everything, but so you arrive here. My idea is you arrive on a snowmobile as well, right? So you arrive on a snowmobile. Um, I think that probably, I guess, could make sense given the terrain. Yeah. So you arrive on snowmobile, and you leave it here. Like there's a vehicle bay. I may have a bigger bay over there and not this here. I thought it was kind of an interesting concept to have it outside, but honestly, if this place is susceptible to very dangerous weather, you're probably gonna have a contained vehicle bay. I mean, I think it just probably makes sense at that point. But anyway, so at some point you need to get your snowmobile, or you come up on your snowmobile, right? You're gonna get here. The main gate doesn't work because the snowmobile's crashed into it, right? So you can't actually do anything with this guy. He's just an arid state. But that's because all the things are in an arid state at the moment, because that's the story at the moment, right? Draw your own assets with the own mouse. Exactly. Bases in flames. I better use my equipment to call for the army. Yeah. So I want it to be a little bit. Yeah, it'll be a little bit more of a slow burn, but. So you'll arrive, maybe there's a big gate over there, and that's where you actually get your, we'll get your vehicle in. But let's say you try and open it and you can't, just like this door. But this door's open. Strange. It shouldn't be open. So you go in. Mind you, the weather will be more intense, so you're not going to even be able to see everything at the moment. I'm thinking of having everything be a little bit further apart, maybe, and then having kind of lights or something. Not really sure how I want to do it. I'm not sure what makes... I like to make games feel realistic because I think it's fun from the perspective of immersion. I think that when you encounter things that exist in the real world, you liken them to the real world, so therefore it like kind of bridges. It's more immersive. But at the same time, what fiction would enhance the experience? So maybe we'll have the buildings further apart. Not sure. But regardless, you can't really see all the buildings and stuff, but your first thing is to open the station door, right? So you'll come up here, and you'll try and interact with it. You won't be able to get in. The base is just screwed. Somehow, you'll know that you need to turn off the power to cycle the doors. My idea is this comes from your training. The character probably says it themselves. They're like, well, the system seems to be in an arid state. I need to turn off the power to reset it, right? So, or if I need to turn off the power if I want to override this door. So you'll come over here. This one I'm thinking will be open. I don't know. We'll see. This is the main generator that supplies the whole base. We have a pneumatic switch. It works. You can actually pump it. So you turn this guy off. Generator shuts off because this guy panics. The base is completely without power now, right? Doors, nothing works. Everything's off. So you'll come over here. Now we need to override it. And your PDA is powerful enough and has, some kind of more advanced power cell within it that it's capable of slowly providing power to achieve something. In this case, it's actually able to override the door panel and slowly pull the motor, activate basically the motors and pull the door apart, right? Or open the door. So now you're in. So now, okay, first things first. We're carrying around a lot of weight. We got our backpack on right now. So it makes sense to, leave some of this inside, and so we can scope out the place better, right? So we leave our backpack behind, our supplies, our equipment. And I mean, we might as well check upstairs while we're here. Nothing. There may be some guy here. We'll see. Maybe there's a guy slouched over in his desk. We'll find out. But anyway, so now's the next objective is, well, okay, so we've arrived. The power's out. It's really cold here. What's the next thing that you think about? Probably heat, right? That's at least in my mind. So the next thing we need to do, and also secure the base. Like, the power's off. None of the doors working. Kind of need to fix that. So the next thing is to check the main generator and be like, hey, man, start up for me. And your character would be like, maybe I forgot, or what's left of the guy exactly. Maybe your guy will say something or whatever else, right? Such a cool story, high tech. Maybe your guy will say something or whatever, and he'll be like, I need to turn on the auxiliary generator first, so you know, okay, I gotta come around here. You'll try and start it, and you won't be able to. Nothing happens. This is a simplification of the problems, but basically, let's say the we were going to do intake was clogged. Yeah, so basically, this is the exhaust. Pretend the intake's clogged, right? So you unclog it, turn it back on. And let me hurry here. Well, we missed it, but this guy will slowly charge up, right? So that says 100%. It's kind of hard to see, but it's going to slowly charge up. And then once that's on, you can actually start the generator. Because that guy basically stores enough power that the main generator can basically kickstart its process. And now the base does not have power yet because you need to reconnect it, right? We're back in emergency power. We're good. So we've successfully gotten our emergency systems back online. This door will probably be fixed. I'm not sure what I want to do for that. So now this door works. It just works. Right? This door, you'll need to pull the snowmobile away. My idea is for you to just pull the snowmobile away so that way you can actually activate it, because it's jammed because of the snowmobile. But at least you have, kind of the basic things now, right? This building can now be heated up, and you're not going to die of hypothermia. So yeah, the next thing will basically be, okay, well, the base is on emergency power. Like, let's get it to the next level, because there will be power stages. There's emergency. This is what I have in mind at the moment, but I'm not sure how I feel about the multi-stage kind of power. I like it from a fictional standpoint, like it just works, but I don't know, it just feels a little weird. But there's emergency, minimal, and full. So we want to get minimal and then full, right? So how do we get to the next step? Well, if there are any systems that are not fully operational, right? There are any problems, you'll be able to find it out by going to the main terminal on emergency power and initiating an integrity check. It's going to tell you, like, hey, man, you got to, this is frozen over, or, there's a pipe leak or short somewhere, stuff like that, right? So once you fix those things, then you can actually move to the next power stage. What kind of goes on from there? That's where the main game will take place, is progressing from these power stages, and then what comes after getting the game, getting it to the full power stage. So, for example, yeah. So, like, I don't have a whole lot of ideas as for what you need to repair to get the station back from emergency to minimal. But that's what's basically going to happen here. So this was what we just did. We turned the power back on, emergency. Next thing is you're going to want to locate the main terminal to initiate the integrity check. Oh, this is the other thing. You'll initiate an integrity check, and it's going to take a minute. I don't know how long, but I was going to have it take, like, basically I was going to time how long it takes the player to walk out. Basically to Let me show you. That's a good thing I need to show you Obsidian, but wasn't showing that. But anyway, basically time, how long it takes for you to walk down and out, and then around the whole facility and back. And then, of course, make it, make it seem like it makes sense. But so my idea is that you were sent here to get it back online, and you have no idea what happens for everything. Do you use the theme or for the colorful folders? No. So you can right click and you can just do set folder color. You can't actually see this, can you? Okay, you can't because I'm not sharing my whole display, but yeah, if you right click on any folders, Skeptic and Godot, you can just set the folder color. I think it's a I think that information's stored inside your project.godot folder, just so you know. If you make any of those changes, that's where it's going to be. Yeah. So there's a thing inside project.godot called folder colors in your project.godot file. And then in there, it'll have the mappings for folders and stuff. So, and then it uses those to actually render it. But yeah, I like it for organization's sake. It helps. When we see something, we get the object, we get the recognition, going like, oh yeah, purple. Okay, I've kind of mapped that to something, but so yeah. You'll do a perimeter check. Nothing will happen, but maybe you'll find something. You'll see some footprints, something like that. You'll get back inside, and the next part of the game will kind of take place of, okay, well, now we need to act on the results of the integrity check. Let's, maybe you have to repair the AC or something as well, so we can actually get some of the heat going. But never read all the menus. Oh yeah, I gotcha. Surprised, of course, I was following to mention it. I like it for organization. Wouldn't it be easier to have a tablet that has a progress bar so you can explore? Then you can see the integrity was interrupted and you go back and it's damaged. Interesting. So it was damaged in what sense are you talking about, Panda? Because that gets me thinking of a couple things. Because there could be sabotage, obviously, but that would bring up a bunch of other questions. Or do you mean that the scan kind of couldn't complete because of the things that are wrong with the system? I could make it where the integrity check shows up on your PDA as well. You could you could hold it and be able to look at it and stuff. Kind of watch it. Because my idea too is like, once you get the base somewhat operational, you can actually connect your like PDA to the base. So you can actually get like information from the base to your PDA. So it could like actually get information stuff. Yeah. Hey, there's no way that shit shows up in my dashboard now. There's no way that collaboration requests show up on my dashboard now. That's insane. That's wild. Yeah, that's actually insane. I'm gonna have to hide them. Cancel the request to join? That's insane. It tells me everything now. Someone sabotaged or the connection was severed at another building. What do you guys think of the story that so let me hold on. Let's see here. So this is the plot summary. This doesn't actually even make sense as much anymore. So I still don't get the motivation of the character. I mean, the motivation is that you were sent here to do your job, Jago. As for not being able to escape, your snowmobile will have been compromised. You're like I thought about just having your snowmobile disappear. And you're like, what? Someone took it? I mean, what happened, right? I actually have an idea, and I'll get into that for a second, as to why your snowmobile was taken. So there's that. There's another reason as well, and that's that once you get here, it's no longer safe to leave. Anytime you try to leave, you die. There's something that is hunting you, basically, right? And the compound, unfortunately, as unsafe as this place is, it's a lot safer than just being outside the walls. But to set up a bit of a preface for what I think would be cool at the moment for things that have why the base has been left in the disarray that it has is if so there was a team of 4, right? Scroll in, yeah. How do we want to do this? Your snowmobile was taken because you failed to keep up with the payments. Those repo guys will find you anywhere. That would be an absolutely hilarious thing to have happen, Gaxico. A blizzard, yeah. There will be like a blizzard when you arrive. Can it be that can it be me that hunts? Nothing is scarier than naked rush in the middle of the snow and runs around beats with about. That would be pretty scary. So let's start off with the thing here. The team of 4 was running the station without issue. On one of their one of the ideas I had is that you arrive and it was you get inside, right? And you look at the table and there's a cake and there are birthday hats. It was someone's birthday. So there was there's like a little celebration happening. And that also has to do with what happened. So don't know how to write this, but just to explain. Has been running the station without issue. Then on one of their birthdays, a series of events folded resulted in all of their deaths. Resulted in the station being compromised and this. Sure. So basically, right? So we had that. What happened? We'll expand maybe on the birthday. So it was one of their birthdays, right? These people have been out here for, I think I can't remember if I said it was like 4 month shifts or not. A team works for, we'll say 4 months, then switches out with another. So yeah, my idea is that, you know, basically you don't work here permanently. It's kind of like a, you know, you switch out with people. In fact, let's do, should we do 3 or 4 months? Even 3 months would be fine. As a game detective, you have a pirated copy. Did you hear about the movie The Ghost of Mars? Could that be the story part of The Sphere? I don't think I've heard of The Sphere or Ghost of Mars. Ghost of Mars. I'll have to check them out. Yeah, I'll have to look at it. We'll do 4 months, I think, because I want it to feel like a lengthy period of time, but nothing that's too permanent. But basically, yeah. So my idea at the moment is that one of them had a birthday, right? Well, what's something you may like to do on your birthday? Generally, maybe it's spend time. It's probably one of the things. Is probably spend time with those of whom you love, or yo mama, yeah, Rakish, exactly, Phaser, yeah. So spend time with those of whom you love, and the problem with that, right, is you can't really do that if you're at the station, right? Like, I mean, you're in this remote location that's hostile. I mean, it's like I don't know. It's like if like you were deployed in the military or something, and then people could come see you. It just doesn't happen, right? Like that's not it's not safe. It doesn't, it's like that's just not doesn't make sense. So that's unfortunate, right? Like, but these people really want to see, their family, whatever else. Well, this guy, one of the guys, has a girlfriend, fiance, not sure. And he really wants to see her for his birthday. Okay. So the team, okay, so that's one person, right? So it's the one guy that wants to see his girlfriend. Everyone knows this. He's not going to break the rules, though. The other 3 people at the station know about this and set up a surprise party for him that includes his girlfriend coming. So they work together, set everything up, and figure out the logistics of getting her to this location. So you let me write some of it down. Am I talking about my life? 3 months means you can do a quarterly thing if your world has 12-month years. Yeah. I actually didn't even think about the world not having 12-month years. Yeah, I mean we could do like a 4-month thing or a 3-month thing. So person A has their birthday coming up, and the 3 other staff members, we'll just say staff member A, coordinate a surprise birthday party. They also are coordinating transport of staff member A's. We'll just say A's girlfriend, fiance. We'll do fiance. It's more emotionally loaded. To the weather. We'll just say to the station. Try to finger shift length. It's 3 or 4 months depending on how management feels. Yeah. Yeah. You either do or don't get to come home. They are coordinating the transport of A's fiance to the station. Birthday set up. A. Birthday day is a little redundant. Say birthday arrival. I'm not really sure how I want to figure out like her sneaking up to the thing, but I'm thinking what's gonna happen is that they had a supply shipment. So A's girlfriend or girlfriend, fiance, whoops. Will be transported in a storage shipment. Will hitch a ride inside a storage shipment. Okay. So, what's that? So B. B will hitch a ride. Once B arrives, B will jump out before arriving at the station and wait for someone to unlock the door after the storage. Basically, the shipment people leave. People leave, right? Yeah. The door was never locked again. So my idea for one, I think it's a cool concept of, trying to sneak someone into this place, right? There's all these people kind of trying to get, I mean, yeah, they're just trying to do this nice thing for someone in this dangerous world. And unfortunately, though, they did not follow procedure because, well, they forgot. Well, because all this impromptu kind of stuff going on. So as a result of never securing something again or something like that, that's how the anomaly gets in. So it was a result of, the girlfriend's arrival specifically that caused all this to go wrong. And possibly maybe, the result of them sneaking in some alcohol or something like that through the shipment. So, someone's intoxicated and forgot to also maybe do something else, and kind of multi-point failure scenario, right? If one thing had gone wrong, nothing else would have been, it would have been okay, but yeah. Oh yeah, of course, to Jugger, yeah. No, I appreciate all the ideas and stuff. That means a lot. So maybe instead the door, never locked. Vehicle bay door was never locked. They plan to use the gold vehicle bay door as they could just delay closing it after the shipment leaves. This would result in less questions from management due to no random door openings. Because I want this place to be kind of, like this is a serious place, so it's they'll probably be followed. Not followed, like, when you have kind of these very serious and strict procedures. If procedure's broken, you have to say why, right? Have a wonderful night, Tune. I hope listening to the pillow goes well. I do need to take a quick 3-minute break for ads to run on the Twitch side to keep reels off for everyone. So I'll take a short break so you guys miss thing, and then we'll continue when I get back. But yeah, all right, be right back. All right, I am back. Thanks for waiting. Give me a second longer there. Okay, so, yeah, girlfriend or fiance. Um, so there's this whole thing, right? Um, yeah. Um, yeah. So, and then, yeah. Basically, scenario one. Um, B arrives safely, and they leave the vehicle bay door unlocked. And then we basically have scenario two, which scenario two would be B dies in transit to the station. No longer or went by herself on a snowmobile to a mimic. They let the mimic inside, and it kills everyone. So there's also that. I thought of, for the girlfriend or for the fiance specific idea. There's those two scenarios that I came up with basically. One is she arrives safely, everything's great, but they forgot to lock the doors again. Or scenario two, she dies in transit, unfortunately, and to a mimic, because there are mimics in this fictional world. And she let it inside, or well, they let it inside because they thought it was her, and it killed everyone. So, and in fact, you actually would in this scenario you'd encounter the note in this scenario. The player would encounter the mimic, right? So the player would actually encounter the mimic in this case too. So. Well, let's see. What was I was on a feature branch here, right? Let's check. Right branch. Be good, right? Yep, there we go. Go. Yeah, and then we have these kind of modified things. Oh, Skeptic, you still there? I remember earlier you asked if I modeled all this in Blender, and I was going to show you how I did it in Godot. Yes. Okay. So basically, like every building, I just made it its own entity, and it's a bit of a disaster. But let's just do the tower since it's so simple. But yeah, literally, just this one's just a CSG box type. Terminals over top. Thanks. Yeah. I should make that program. Let me actually make it to do. I need to make that program. Make scene switching program work for Godot or game dev. There we go. Yeah. So basically, they're just a series of boxes. So like that's a sphere, obviously, but the rest are just boxes. So like I just add a CSG box. You should be able to see this. Yep. Box type, and then it's just this guy, and then that's basically it. I made everything out of these. So for example, you can see like these things that are jutting out of the wall. Those are just cutouts. So the to make windows. So there's the whole wall, which is a box, and then I have these sections that are subtraction. They're in subtraction mode. So for example, I'm gonna go to the power place. So yeah, to create, oh yeah, I also need to raise this guy above the ground. Kind of forgot about that. Like exterior walls. Like I could turn off all the exterior walls here. Yeah. So all the walls are just, this is a CSG combiner type, CSG combiner 3D. And then there are all just the individual walls inside of it. So that's how that works. Because you could set what operation you want up here. So I have union, then, oh yeah, but see, I need a door cutout, right? So for this door cutout, I do subtraction for the operation, and then I put it on top of this wall. Yeah, that's it. So, I mean, it's very easy to prototype stuff using just Godot's built-in box types and everything, so. You do Boolean operations too? That's awesome. Yeah, you could just do the Boolean operations, and it's good enough for everything I've done so far. Yeah. I need to figure out everything else though. Like, cause I want to switch to using Blender for the mod, like, cause you can see how this is messed up, right? I changed some of the proportions and stuff, and yeah. I don't know. Easy Crash, welcome back. Sorry, the driver, my graphics card is now, oh, it corrupted your driver? Well, that's not good. How is your driver out of date? But yeah, so I need to, obviously fix some of this stuff, but that's why this building's a little ugly. It's gone through a lot of changes. So, because I also thought about adding like a little underground thing here. So like the staircase area, you can actually go. Can you do? I thought you could do like a. I thought you could do like a. That's it. Yeah. I was gonna turn off. Yeah, I was gonna unshaded. Oh. Okay, never mind. Anyway, yeah. I was gonna maybe make a little like place you could go down here, another staircase down. And it's like a safe area. We'll see. Again, Windows default graphics driver. Jeez. I don't want to reinstall that. My friend's landlord said he upgraded their internet while he was away for a weekend. Now he gets 1,500 ping on every game, and his Discord streams look like clay. Sounds about right. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Maybe their upgrade when I don't know what's going on with that error. Savage ping on Discord is like 300. Did they mess up a connection somewhere? and they like during the actual upgrade, if they did actually upgrade it. A shittier ISP with a higher speed package. God. All right, well, I wanted to add some debug texture. So let's go back to the door panel here. Thought, yeah, we have some things here, right? Empty shape, what? Oh. Yeah, I think I wanted 128 for the texture size. Definitely not that. That'd be a bad time? Yeah, that would be. I wonder if I need to do this or not. Because this is the hard part that I'm very inexperienced when it comes to of figuring out some of this stuff, but you have to, you want to keep your sizes of all this stuff consistent. I think I'll actually delete these. We can actually copy this and paste it on here probably. I'll override. Cannot copy. Paste. There we go. And then we can just delete these, I think. Right? Oh no. No, that's too small. There we go. Okay, I messed up some of the material here. Oh, I copied the wrong one. We want to copy this one. Hit on this guy. What happened? Copy. Why can I not copy this? Oh, because it's a texture, of course. There we go. We can just delete these. Oh, that's funny. The whole thing's kind of textured because it's the whole material override. That's funny. Okay. Oh yeah, I always just use. Do you have an NVIDIA or do you have a AMD graphics card or an Intel? Maybe all the doors could just be off, and maybe there's no need for like a panel. I'm trying to think if there's even a need for a panel on the doors. May make things a bit simpler. Because I don't really know what I want to communicate to the player through these. Does it matter if they know whether or not it's in an arid state. I like the idea. I don't think we need a clearance for this. Well, a clearance could be if we want to do anything specific, so it's fine. Okay, well, that's fine. We'll leave the door panel like that. There's something else though, right? Oh yeah. Oh god. Get restore. Not sure. We'll just restore that too. I'm not really sure what that's all about. So for the environment though, doors, panel. Yep. All right. So that's 1 by 1 meter. I think that's good. Hello. Your net. Brian. I'll call you Brian. Maybe that works. It's a horror game. So it's a horror game where you, the player, are sent to a weather station to figure out what happened to the previous crew and get it back online. So you're sitting here. We lost contact with the station. We don't know what's going on. So we send you, and you things are a little off once you arrive. Sounds cool. How'd you think so? Yeah, we're working on a little bit of story development right now. I was doing that a minute ago, trying to figure out why things kind of ended up the way they are once you arrive. And then right now I'm working on. I was gonna add a couple debug textures, debug textures is what I'm calling them. Really, they're like placeholder textures, but I'm calling them debug textures because I want to be able to actually see them all. So, for example, as you can see, everything's gray because we just gray boxed. But now it'd be nice to actually get an idea of the texture size for this kind of stuff. So, like, how detailed basically is everything going to be? So, yeah. Now we need to basically do everything else, but yeah. We got the door panel. I mean, I don't even know how much of a debug texture we need to add to everything, because as long as I have a frame of reference, I can kind of release a game on Steam. I do plan on releasing it on Steam at the moment, at least. Yeah. I think maybe this whole building should just be redone. Well, but I might as well redo this building once I'm actually gonna finalize it though. So, well, I appreciate that, Brian. Do you like to play horror games and stuff? You working on anything yourself? Thinking maybe I don't even know how much I care about the debug textures. It wouldn't be bad to see things textured, but at the same time, I don't know. I guess I could. Scenes environment power panel. Did I do anything with the power panel? I added a space randomly. Nice playing games in general. Ah, I gotcha. The only game my PC runs is Terraria. Oh, nice. Yeah, Terraria's a really good game. I have a lot of hours in Terraria. I actually started out streaming many years ago with Terraria. That was the first game I really was doing on stream and stuff. Absolutely wonderful game. Um. Yeah. Okay. So let's try and figure out a way. Oh, I need to actually do git add assets textures. Have you ever played Factorio? That's a wonderful question, Gexco. Exactly. Thank you, Gexco. I wish I could mine it in Minecraft into the hell like Terraria. Oh, in an empty ocean. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let me double check. So let's go back to the panel here. Power door panel. Is it Shift O? Yeah, door panel. And you are, yeah, assets textures door panel 1 by 1 meter. So I think that's probably what we want. Yeah. So we do want to do -F on this add here. There we go. Saw some fun bugs with Star Rupture. If you build vertically, removing some building destroyed everything below it, even multiple layers down. Oh jeez. All right. Well, let's not build vertical. How's that sound? All right. Add door panel. Door panel texture. Okay. Okay, cool. So let's go back to figuring out I want to do, let's just do the doors. Maybe we'll start with the doors. Close all here. We'll do a pocket door. Oh, I just realized the pocket door is actually gonna yeah. If we texture well, never mind. Yeah, they kind of have a texture technically, but don't tell Rakish. I agree. So let's actually drag in a texture. So 1 meter wide. What happens if we actually? Oh, I forgot we actually have these other ones. After seeing his build in Satisfactory last night, yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, so this is, we're gonna need to do this. We're gonna say triplanar and world triplanar. There we go. We got textured doors, guys. Except for that door. I think we also need to do, we need to make sure that this, is there a way to, I want to make sure this is not, it's not importing this properly. I think maybe we don't want to do VRAM compressed either. Whenever everything gray sounds terrifying, that's true. That is true. I do like that idea too. Is it just, this is texture 2D. That's still not it though. If we do VRAM compressed, what happens? I can see a little bit of like artifacting and stuff, but it doesn't seem to matter too much. There's a way to I don't remember. I thought it was on the texture itself. I guess I'll just need to do it on the or where is it here? Oh no, it's gonna be on here. Um There's a way to specify if you want. There's a way to specify the, like if it should be nearest, like the filter type for it. I don't remember. Oh, this is it. Linear sampling nearest. There we go. Yeah, we want nearest. There we go. We also actually want to do that for the door panel, which I think I probably already did, didn't I? Yeah, it looks like it. In fact, we actually have this in the material override section instead of the actual material, which I'm wondering if I actually want to copy and then paste this. Paste here. Clear that. Yeah, I think we may want to actually do it like this way. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to request access to that as well, Gexgo. I'll have to do that. Because I was gonna open it earlier, but it said that. Alright, scenes environment or store panel. Change door panel from material to override. Or from override to material. Yeah. Thank you, Gexco. Scenes environment. All right, I think this is good, right? Let's reopen. All right. Yep. Looks good to me, right? We don't even have to have them as to be probably world triplanar, but I think maybe we'll actually not do world triplanar. I don't know. What's everyone else's thoughts on this? Do we do world triplanar? I think we probably do world triplanar, yeah. I think we do. Maybe not for doors. Trying to think. I think it's fine. We'll do world. Okay. Add pocket door textures. All right. So we did pocket door. What else should be textured here? These are the main things because these are definitely not gonna. Yeah, these are some of the main things to go and do. I mean, we could do the walls. Do the walls. This guy doesn't have a door yet. Guy is just a yeah, we'll definitely have to fix all that. I definitely like the size of the texture for it all though. I think that's good. Oh, this is still using the door panel texture. We actually don't want to use the door panel texture. I just realized. Hold on. We need to actually fix the door panel texture. Door or texture. Go back here. Modified. Hold on. Where was the name? Oh. 128 by 128. Then we want to do name door pocket door. There we go. And I think that's how we have these, right? Yeah. Oh, I have underscore for them. Probably how I'll do it. Yeah. The heck is auto color? Pull this in. Texture is not going to be that. It's going to be this. There we go. All right. Yep, and then we could just even replace the probably like the pocket door. Well, we'll want to like a pocket door left, a pocket door right, everything eventually as well. So that's fine. Yeah. So that looks good. I think that's a good size. Like I think for texturing and everything. All right, let's fix that status. Got those. I think we're just gonna delete our other door panel stuff here. I don't think I'm gonna use this one. Those, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Some of that. We could go ahead and do some of our other systems like the power panel. It's on like the base box and stuff. Box itself. Oh, I actually want to make sure if I go to my door panel, I just realized. So we didn't copy as, yeah, see, we need to do make as unique here. Make unique here. Yeah. This guy should actually be not door panel, but oh no, whoops. I didn't need to do that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's good. This is door panel, okay. I was thinking for some reason that the textures were messed up, but they are not. It is fine. All right. Doing standard material. Actually, we could probably paste, yeah. Paste as unique here. Yes, and then go power panel texture. Power panel. Um, Looks good to me. That other guy's gonna be not a, he's not gonna be a, what will he be called? He'll be called, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Power info panel. I'll just call it power info panel. I could always call it like power meter as well, because it'll be metering it, but it's fine. That's just being pedantic. Okay. Yep. Good to me. And then, we do the main generator next. Scenes, environment. Oh, get restore staged. Get add scenes environment power. Add power panel textures. Okay. Okay. Generator, main generator. Gonna need a big one for this guy. Oh yeah, we need to actually add all of the other things too. Why is it rotated? Oh, okay. Funny. And then we need to do sampling nearest. Oh, this was already on nearest bitmap, or no? Yeah, okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so that guy is gonna need to be bigger because it's obvious that his textures are a bit small for what it is, but it's fine because as long as I have a frame of reference for what everything is gonna be size-wise, I'll be able to just look at it like this and then figure it out. Like this guy, 1.5 meters probably wide, 2 meters down. Meters down, but yeah. Same thing for all this. Like this is just basically like 1 by 1 meter, it looks like, and then yeah. So um get add, and then we want to do assets. What was it? Assets, textures, yeah. Textures. Assets, textures, and then we'll do star.png, I guess. Think we can do that? Yep, there we go. Well, we have, why do anything in the UI folder? Okay, restore staged. Maybe we just don't. Well, yeah, we're gonna want to restore that real quick. Staged assets, textures, UI. Here we go. Dad scenes entities. Here. These main, or generator, main generator. Add texture, add text, main generator textures. Okay, then we need a one for the auxiliary generator. Auxiliary. Guys may have a lot of boxes, so we'll just do this one. Yep, cool. All right, we got most of the entities that you're gonna interact with for now textured, so that's cool. Or at least the debug kind of textures. Yeah. Probably want to texture, some of this other stuff. I need to fix how I'm gonna have these guys shown. I'm not really sure how I want to do that, but we'll have to figure that out. Why is this so? It shouldn't have actually been like that, but that's weird. Anyway. Get add and then get dash add dash f. Oops. Oh man. There we go. Add auxiliary generator textures. Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Closing the whole. I feel like I've gotten a fair light, but I've never done my structures inside any walls. Decided I'd shortcut that and just build a giant building around the entirety of my factory. The project's What the hell is that, Gaxco? YT motto? Motto? Thank you. I appreciate it. Looks cool. Thank you. Welcome. It's coming along slowly but surely. I am lost. Do I have Instagram? I do not really. I have one, but I don't use it. Probably, I don't know. I kind of hate Instagram. I should probably, wouldn't be a bad place, I guess, to post game dev updates, though. What about yourself, Motto? It's just oh yeah, all day long, exactly. Check out the other images. Oh, I didn't see that there are others. Oh, there are others. Oh my god, why is? Okay, what is that? What are the conveyor belts doing? Yeah, that first comment sums up this factory. Needs foundations. I hate this so much. This is just horrible. This is just. Oh my god. Rackish. At least you won't build like this, right? Check X. All right. I will have to do that. Trying to give Rackish some inspiration. Jaxico sent this for you. There we go. That's funny. I'll have to check. I'll have to check after stream motto, but I will check it. Check X after stream. There we go. All right. So I think this is good for now. Rakish said he's already seen it, Gaxco. So apparently, I think we now know what he modeled. I think we know what he modeled his expansion after. Right? Maybe we should let's actually create a new building. Let's create the This is actually Rakish's single player server. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Let's go to the main weather station scene here. So I'm wondering if we should. I feel like the vehicle bay would be like right there, right? Like that just makes sense to me. We can always shift over the door a little bit to the right as well as a result. But I think this goes away. So. Yeah. Ooh, this is where I would love to understand easily how to push something to main, then rebase my existing branch onto main. And then, yeah. Maybe I should experiment with that to try and figure out how to do that. So let's go back here. I want to check out main. Yeah. Okay, so we've checked out main now. The thing that's interesting is even though we've checked out main, yeah, because we're not stashing anything, so it's all the same, right? Yeah. Oh no. Oh, it is gone. Okay, just had not updated in the editor. Yeah, so that makes sense. Okay, so let's create the vehicle bay. Let's bust down to its own building. So we'll do save branches scene, vehicle bay, buildings, vehicle bay. Yep. What? Why does it? That's so weird that it doesn't. Whatever. Anyway. Okay. Yeah. Let's just delete the here, I guess. So this. I want to make this into a node 3D probably. Stage type node 3D. How big are we gonna make this guy? In fact, are the other buildings, the towers in the middle? I guess let's make it where it lines up with the world. So that's gonna be half. Have a wonderful night, Gexco. Good night. Let's make this like, how big of a building is this gonna be? Maybe we could have this connect to the. Maybe the storage, should the storage place just be connected to the vehicle bay? Maybe we do that. So like, we have this, right? Oh my god, something dies whenever I try and hover over that. I don't even know. So the station itself 16 meters long. Is that still consistent? Four meters. Yeah, 4 meters. Yeah, I mean, that looks like this building is not quite 16 meters, maybe. Where's my ruler at? Wait, isn't there a ruler? So it's 13 meters. Why is it only 13 meters? What happened with that? Okay, whatever. So the storage building we could actually get rid of, right? Like, this whole place is gonna be wider now, anyway. So let's actually just delete this. Then we have a power. We'll do storage. We'll call storage. We'll call it storage, I think, but then it'll actually be like the vehicle bay now. Okay, so we're playing Yap Yap, right? Yes. I mean, I think I would be down. I wonder how much they're gonna charge for it. You know. So we got our vehicle thing. Let me actually just draw, I think, lines here. But I think this actually collapses a little bit. Then so how big of a this probably needs to be scaled down. Then $10. I can see that. How big of a door do we want to make? I guess we could actually let's just plop down the vehicle bay inside, I think, instead of and I didn't realize that my freaking thing opened still. Whoops, sorry. Yeah, so vehicle bay I think could be like the same, a little bit squished. So maybe not quite 8 meters, more like 7, but then we wanted to be like probably at least 9 meters long. And then this will just be, I think, connected maybe to the, yeah, like that. It'll be connected to the wall. Dead. I think maybe we should make this building bigger so that way it actually connects to like the storage and stuff. I'm not sure. Or we could back the storage up into it. Or we just leave it. I mean, it's like right there by the storage. Could just have people like walk in and out. I kind of like the idea of having it all connected though. I got to take a short 3-minute break for Azure on the Twitch side to keep pearls off for everyone though. So I'll take a short break so you guys don't miss a thing, and then we'll be back in like around 3 to 4 minutes. Be right back. Right. Back. Thanks for waiting. All right. Let's see. Where were we? So vehicle bay. Um. How do we want to handle this? I think it'd be cool. I like the spherical design, you know? Also, interesting. A vehicle bay would actually not be able to be raised, would it? It would be able to be if we had like a ramp or something, but see if everything else is raised, it almost feels a little weird for this not to be raised, right? That's what I'm thinking about. Yeah. But the thing, yeah. I mean, well, I was going to make it where like there's just a big door here. Like there's just a very big door here on the wall area. Yeah, small doors there, and then there's just going to be like a big door. Small loan of 10 million ingots. I like it. I can never. You guys got all this money shifting around. It's always suspicious. That cylinder's still there, huh? What cylinder? Is this cylinder in the room with us right now? Is this cylinder in the room with us right now? It's not. It's not. Hey, Rackets, you want a level design? Go ahead. Go ahead, big man. See it. Let's join up. Let's team up, bro. Cylinder's doing it's God's work right there. I feel like it makes sense for the maybe there should yeah. I don't think a snowmobile should probably be crashed into that area. I think we'll have the main entrance be locked and the vehicle bay will be open. Remember the tree thing? About it. Oh, so the vehicle hit a tree? Yeah. Tree's blocking the door. I mean, it could also just be that the door is just in like locked, and you're like, well, what the hell's going on? So you check, you like, I mean, you could just see that this is locked, and well, you're gonna need to get inside anyway. Because I wanted you to arrive at the vehicle door, but not be able to pull your snowmobile in yet. Because I was thinking you'd come back to pull the snowmobile in, but maybe it'd be better to just go ahead and be able to ride your snowmobile in. And like there are some alarms going off or something. I think maybe you just pull in to the vehicle bay right away. Yeah. Well, here, I wonder if the do you think that the vehicle bay should be sandwiched against the wall to the left too? Or there should be some kind of gap left. Doors could be like half open, you had to push it open. That's true as well. Yeah, I thought about but see, then I gotta model the hands. I'm just kidding. That's true, Ben. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that in addition to like the override thing already too. I like the idea of, I think of actually just riding up and like the first thing that happens is you pull into the vehicle bay. The vehicle bay could actually be unlocked. Yeah. It could have closed automatically, but like it could be unlocked, and so you open up the vehicle bay and like before you is already a scene of like something's not right. There are sirens going off. Maybe some vehicles are like, some snowmobiles are like pushed over or something already, weird stuff, right? I don't know if I'd want to make the building, how big I'd want to make the building though. How big is a semi? How big are semi trucks? Semi truck trailers. Or trucks with their trailers. I want both. I want to know how long a semi trailer. 70 feet or more, typically. Is that right? Let's do like 60 feet. So 60 feet to meters would be like 18 meters, a little over 18 meters. So yeah, that's a massive. Damn, that's kind of big though. Well, maybe not that big. I don't know. That'd be pretty damn big. Like that would be massive. Why is that so big? I guess oh, wait. Pause. Was little bro having about? Hold on. 60 feet. No, because it's a 40-foot container, and then it wouldn't be like another 20 feet. It'd be less than that, but like, what if we do 16 meters, right? Because I'm thinking, right, about these weather stations. It'd be cool if we designed them, since they're a remote location that needs, shipments and stuff. It'd be cool if we designed them to accept, you know, shipments of, and like some kind of longer thing, but some cube trucks and vans seem more logically than a full semi in a snowy area. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be like an actual semi, but I was thinking of like some kind of convoy, something of equivalent size, just maybe broken up, right? But you would still want to be able to support, you'd still want to be able to house all of those vehicles at the same time. So, I mean, we could do maybe like, let's see how big it is in game. Um, Hold on, let me fix some things here. So, first of all, we're gonna want a compound, or where are the walls at here? Where are the walls? Huh? That's not what I wanted. How do you like focus the things specifically again? There's a way to do this. I bet it's in here. Yeah, it's in here. Okay. Um. So we got the gate, and we would want vehicle. Another. Duplicate this and say vehicle. And then this would be like. Be pretty big. So there's a way to snap. Focus origin, focus selection. That's that. Oh yeah, we could just do that. Okay. That anyway though. I think 16 may just be a little bit too long. Then we could do like, maybe we can do 9 after all. That looks pretty good actually. And then we butt it up against the walls. Surprised that that doesn't actually. Whatever, I don't care. Why does it look like it's off a little bit? Like, look at this, it's off. That's fine. Anyway, we're gonna need this guy to be taller though. How tall should this place? This place could be 4 meters tall, maybe. So 2 would be, I think, ground level. Yeah. Damn. That's a chonker. Honestly, I think that's fine. Okay. I don't think I like the idea of it being right against the wall if it's going to be like this. Let's go ahead and actually just hide storage for now. And then move this guy over a little bit, I guess. Maybe to here. Yeah. And then... Or we could just have a big main... I think I like the idea of 2 different things. Because I was thinking we could go back... Because I remember the idea of a main gate, right? Being just bigger. And then this could actually just be like a side bay thing where you actually just like pull in. They're like bays that you could pull into. Kind of almost like a firehouse looking kind of thing, right? Where you can, they're like the vehicle bays. I think I like the idea more of just like a primary entrance though. I think this guy could actually be wider too. I think I'm just gonna buff it up to like 12. Because I'm thinking that this could be like one of the main buildings. And it could house see, the only thing that I don't like about it is that it's going to be against the snow. You know? Drea, hello. Welcome back. How's it going? What did I call you before? Was it Lemon? I think it was Lemon, right? Is that your heart rate? Yeah. Yes. Lemon's okay. Okay, yeah. I didn't remember what I called you, so I thought after I called you Dre, I was like, okay, I don't think that's what I called you before. I like to randomly switch it up on people. Definitely on purpose. Definitely on purpose. So if this is a 12 by 14, so we want like a Aiden, hello. Have you got your heart rate on screen? Yes. Yes, that is what my heart rate. Hey, game dev gets intense. Game dev gets intense, so. We actually don't need it to be that wide. Let's do like a 6-meter wide door, maybe. Horror game so it fits? Exactly, right? What? Why is this not snapping? Snap is somewhere here. I don't remember where. Yeah, no, it is snap. What? Can I actually just do 0 apparently? Or, huh? Oh, yeah, we... Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. I've just begun learning game dev with Godot and it's been pretty good so far. Nice, yeah. I love Godot. It's a lot of fun. You are dabbling in the high 50s, Tin. I don't think that's normal, dog. My resting's like 84. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I think it's my body. My body's trying to. My body. I'm hitting low power mode sometimes, I think. It says military weather station. I wanted the place to feel a little bit more militaristic. Panda, yeah. Oh, that's the actual thing. I wanted it to feel a little bit more militaristic, yeah. Where is the snapping? Compound. Okay, what happened? Settings. Figure snap. What happened to snap, man? Maybe. What? Where is the snap? Is it because it's not translated? Something like translated. Oh, yeah, it is. I think it's because this guy is a child of another node. So. Surely it's a good thing if you get. Instead of a semi-truck to an off-road armored snow truck, it looks cooler. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking, Panda, right? Like, I'm definitely going to make it thematic. Definitely going to make it thematic. That's where I was thinking of something like a convoy. Yeah, something like a convoy. So you have like a multi kind of vehicle setup or something. Because, I mean, the thing is, right, is we're shipping supplies. There's probably going to need to be at least one truck dedicated to defense. Because we're going to want to make sure that, you know, things get from point A to point B. So it definitely would be somewhat protected at least. Like negative 18 or too far over. Negative 19. I think that's probably good. Yeah, sure. I think that's good. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so yep. Okay. Cool. And then we actually need to make the inside. So these are going to be walls. We'll just call them walls, and then so yeah, I had this done differently before. Outside. Call walls, I guess. Then we need to add another CSG box. So be inside, cut out, and then we're gonna copy this size. We're gonna paste it here. We're gonna say tract. Then we're gonna reduce it by Make it 11. That's half a meter thick wall. I don't think we want to do that. Like 11.5. And then, well, yeah, we can, yeah. We'll give it half a meter thick wall. Do 11.5 for now. And then we'll do 13.5 for that. But then we're gonna also need, so now this is gonna still be blocked out, but I could just actually, I think, copy this vehicle bay cutout. And then we can paste it on the outside again. And then move it over. And this is basically, we want this to be in the same spot. Oh yeah, that's, whoops. Quite. It's gonna be too far over, yeah. 6. Yeah, okay. And then need to move it down. That. There we go. Now, the problem is that the compound doesn't actually come out all the way, but that's okay. The dumpster is randomly showing through. Probably want to remove that. And now, of course, we need a... we want to make this like probably a 3.5. Let's do 3.8 and then bring it down. Yeah, because that's going to mean that it's a 0.2 meter. Oh, no, that's 0.2 meters. I'm trying to think how high the ceiling's going to be. Or thick the roof's going to be, sorry. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I mean, this feels like a pretty good size, I guess. Honestly, I think it could be bigger. I think this is gonna need to probably be pressed against the wall. And then I think it should be taller. It's definitely gonna need to be taller. I mean, this is a 3.6 meter cutout. I mean, that's decently tall, but yeah, we're gonna want it taller for the things. Which makes it a little weird because then we're gonna have to figure out how it meshes with the wall, but that's okay. I do like it though. Let's look from the inside. I mean, honestly, I kind of like the idea of like a this gives the whole area a little bit of a different feeling, like a bigger building there. Because that one building could contain also the yeah, the storage, right? Because I don't know, one thing that occurred to me, right, is that if you have a remote place that is the weather's unpredictable and you send resources to it, you'd want to be able to house the vehicles that it sends, and then you'd probably want to be able to unload them in better conditions, right? So this like building here needs to be able to just have some simple unloading and probably just maybe like a simple storage area. Like the main storage area is just in the back of this building. So people could just unload it, walk it around, put whatever down and come back, you know? But I also don't want to make the base feel too... I don't know, actually. I guess there's not too much of a reason I wanted to make the base feel too small. Or small. I know it makes sense to have these buildings off the ground because. Oh, wait. Wait. So one of the main, okay, there are two main reasons I think that people build the buildings like this. One, it's obviously because the snow that hits the side of the building can go like blow underneath the building, right? And so it doesn't all just accumulate on the side of the building. But two, supposedly it was because of like the building will slowly sink. And I think that's just because it's slowly like I don't know if that's only building on ice though. Because if you're building on ice and you slowly sink over time, I can understand that. But I feel like. Because I'm just thinking, I kind of like the idea of them not being off the ground, right? Like, it makes sense, but. I can always just have something that, kind of changes that. Like there could be like some kind of thing that runs along the buildings even and sucks in the snow if we're that worried about it. Or maybe we just tell people to shovel the snow. Don't let it build up too high. I mean, because the other thing too, right, is we have the walls around us. Actually, I just thought about that. Wait, we have walls. This doesn't. Yeah, we have these walls. The walls themselves are gonna get hit by snow and slowly build up with snow. That might have to be something that just doesn't make as much sense. I mean, the walls themselves could like be heated or something, right? Great. I mean, if you think about it, right? We don't have a reason to not expend power in this place, right? Because we have this special generator over here, and it can provide more than enough power to heat these walls if we really want to heat the walls, right? At little cost. So maybe the justification for that is just that we heat all the walls. I'm thinking about just bringing the building down then. Because, I mean, honestly, if there's this big building here that we can't take off the ground, and then also all the walls are in the ground anyway, like, why would we heat the walls but not the buildings on the inside? Because, like, the snow that's going to hit the side down here anyway, I mean, the snow that comes over and hits this can fall and then blow through, or it can go over the sides or whatever, but I think yeah. That could even be a whole thing, like you defrost the base and like you see like steam particles. Kind of like this stuff, like the smoke. You see like steam particles come from all over. Everything starts steaming up. The raised aesthetic makes sense though. I think it makes. Well, no, well, listen though. It makes sense though if you're building, I think on a snow area. We're not building on a snow area though. Like ice. We're not building on ice. We're building on ground that had snow and stuff on top of it, right? So we would have removed that. We would have had the ground to work with. So I think one of the reasons they build it like this, right, is if you're on ice, though. And in our case, we won't be on ice. We'll be on just the ground, right? Spoopy, if you hear something under you, yeah. Where'd she hatch exit or something? Yeah, I mean, the hard part with this is that I thought about making it where, like, there's the thing over here, right? Like, you go down. And if I did that, it'd be a little weird because then you'd have this, like, one section. Buildings are raised even on not on ice. Yeah, but I'm saying if we're heating all the walls and everything else, then why would we not just heat this building? Why would we like build it? Why would we build like a couple of the buildings raised and then the others not? You know? I mean, it could be a situation like, I mean, I guess we could build the others raised and then make it a thing for the walls and this building specifically being like defrosted though. Well, it would be raised on all of them. The tower would be raised, this would be raised, this would be raised, but we can't raise the garage. Why are you defrosting the walls? Well, I mean, I was thinking about it, right? I was thinking about, no, you're not going to defrost the walls in the garage. I'm saying you'd have to defrost this building, right? Like you'd have to figure out, because the snow's going to hit this building and it's going to build up on the sides, right? But you can't raise the front part. And I don't know how I feel about a ramp. And that's what I was saying about the walls and stuff. That's why I just said I don't know how I feel about the idea of a ramp though. I don't think I like the idea of a ramp. It's how it works though. Yeah, but that's not how it has to work though. I have creative freedom. I could make it where it just melts the snow. That's a thing that we do here. You don't like it being outside? I don't like the idea of like a ramp protruding out of the building. Right? Like because the ramp would need to be outside the building. Because otherwise you're not raising the thing. To keep defrosted. Well, this isn't. That's the thing, though. Is I'm thinking of not just making this the garage, right? This is because if the weather could be really bad here, then what makes sense to me is to have it where, right? You can pull vehicles in here. Oops. You can pull vehicles in here, park the vehicle here, right? You got your little vehicle here, right? And then there's like another you know, walkway up or something, right? This, right? And then this area is storage, right? So people can literally walk in, get their stuff from point A to point B. And then you're not exposed to elements when you're transporting the necessary supplies for the base, and you're keeping the, everything. It's like, this just makes sense to me. Could keep it as the wall, then wide the entrance vehicles can access to. You're saying like that, like a singular main gate idea, or what? Well, if we do the main gate idea, I think in my head it makes sense to keep the garage as much as its own isolated building as possible. I mean, highest breach risk in the whole compound. A giant slow door. I mean, the only bad thing then is that, like, all of a sudden, you know, you're transporting. How are you gonna get the goods from point A to point B? Yeah, I get from a security perspective to isolate it. Dollies? Dollies are only going to work if it's actually, it's going to be really hard to pull a dolly through snow. That's the problem. But, I mean, I think that's getting too deep into it anyway. Not if it has skis. Could have a ski dolly. The adaptive dolly. So then, instead of this idea, it would be... So I know dollies. Fair point. Um... I like the ramp. I mean, that is part of the problem, is I just don't know how I feel about a ramp, but I'm trying to think about how the ramp would make sense. Natural terrain. Natural terrain for it? Would the snake should be on a flat snow environment, or I imagine it being on a relatively kind of flat area. Natural terrain. The dirt, the ground itself just reaches that level, but the building itself is elevated. If it's flat, then no point of a ramp. Well, the ramp would be there though if the building itself needs to be elevated, but the ground, so so you need to elevate the vehicles into the bay, Panda, right? Like, so, like the whole building would be raised, so then you would have to do like well, that looks like a big ramp now, but the ramp would be out here now. The garage is actually leveled outside. I kind of like that. What if the garage door is the ramp? Oh, like trailers? I see what you're talking about. Yeah. So is the station? So the station is built on an elevated foundation? No, it would just be built ground level. That's my idea. Ground level, but then like we have the buildings inside of it, right? So like the whole area is kind of ground level, but then the buildings within it would need, you'd want them to be raised or whatever, because of the. I mean, because the thing I'm thinking about is rain and snow. That's the two main things that I'm thinking about, to keep kind of the building. I mean, mainly there's snow, obviously, because snow will build up, but I don't like the idea of a door that falls down, like a trailer door like that. It could be a flat. It could actually be like a flat. It could actually be like a flat door, so like this. But then it can actually lift up when it needs to. So like it can go up and down to meet the, inside of the, or to meet the lip of the building. Is there any issue with the garage not being elevated? Makes sense since no integral important stuff's in there. I mean vehicles and stuff, but like a flat truck. I guess you could think of it that way, but I mean it would just be literally like if you're looking at it from the side, it could be flat or it could raise itself, mechanically. Got medieval and do a drawbridge ramp. Well, that's what I was kind of thinking with like this, right? Is like this would be kind of approaching that, instead have something that could like go like this, to the ground or something, where like something that like comes out and then like eventually, it's hard to draw kind of what I'm talking about. Something that basically like just slides to meet like some point, right? Like it slides out down, but um I guess the snowmobiles and stuff would be okay with going up something that's kind of ribbed, right? Because you would want the ramp to provide some kind of traction. I guess I want to mess up the skis on the snowmobile. I don't know. I think maybe we just don't have the truck area or the garage raised then. And then I could just figure out something for the outside of the building. I mean, I think if this is just gonna be for if this is just gonna be for trucks and stuff, then um, hmm. See, the security thing's got me thinking now. So I don't know how much we like. I don't. Yeah. Rude little goblin. Hello, welcome. Um. Hmm. Trying to think about how, because one thing that influences how the buildings are designed in the walls, or like the entrances, um, is how much of a perceived threat we feel is here as soon as we built it, right? Because if we built this place and we knew that things could easily get into the, you know, uh, the garage, right? Then, well, at that point we would, design things differently, right? There would be different measures we would take. But if we designed it without, thinking, okay, well, we have to think about all these things trying to get in, we wouldn't care as much. And then all of a sudden this could make more sense, and then like it could, be connected to other buildings and such, right? I think I don't know if that's a I don't know if that's a vehicle entrance, Ragish. I know that I think that I think isn't Numere Station, isn't that how they go underneath to like lift it up? Isn't that just like how to access the hydraulics underneath the platform? Did you want the garage separate from the wall? Or using the wall part of the garage wall? Um I feel like if um well, that's what I was thinking about, right? Because like I don't think it makes sense to have. It wouldn't make sense to have, I think, this small of a gap when we built this, right? I don't think we would make like that small of a gap. Um, that's just gonna like fill up with snow and stuff over time anyway. Right? Like that would just be weird. So my idea is okay. Yeah, it makes sense to fit it against the wall. That in that case, like completely kind of corner this the vehicle bay, or pull the whole thing away and then just have like a separate main entrance, right? Or even again the primary big entrance. I'm not as big of a fan of the a singular big entrance. Because I like the feeling of a garage door kind of style front door, garage door front door style feeling, kind of like a house, right? Like you don't go anytime you're going to go outside real quick to do something, I'm quickly at least, you're not going to go through the garage, right? You're probably just going to zip out through the front door, come back in real quick. Also, if your front door automatically locks behind you, then you know that's also that, right? Because in this case, the gate's going to close. The garage door is more like something, it's more of a moment. You're opening this big door to do something, so it's probably like move a vehicle in and out, stuff like that. So I think that'd be an interesting dynamic, as if you actually had moments where you wanted to move a vehicle in and out, and it's like when you arrive, right, and you park your vehicle here. I think it'd be pretty neat if the front door was, or oh my god, the main gate was locked, right, or compromised, whatever, something, and then but this guy's unlocked. So you can actually just open it up, and then as soon as like this whole process kind of goes through, it's a little bit of a moment of suspense, and the big gates open up, and then all of a sudden, you hear sirens and whatever else going off inside this building. I think that'd make for a really neat kind of immediate introduction to the state of the base. I think it set up things well. But a counter to that is that maybe you just kind of arrive in a smaller. It's literally like just the garage. You arrive and it's quiet. You don't hear anything. So you pull in and nothing. You leave and it's still kind of quiet. As you're exploring and stuff like that. Maybe Maybe some other sirens or something. I don't know. Or maybe everything is just kind of in this quiet, low power mode. Because it will be on emergency power, but I don't know if I want things to be kind of noisy or, or what. So I cannot wait to remake this building in Blender, though. I mean, it's going to be painful, I'm sure, but it's also going to be really nice. It's also going to be really nice. This is tough. It's like the hardest part for me is coming up with like the level design, man, and the story too. Those are two hard things. So I don't think I like the idea of like the bigger entrance and you pull vehicles through and then like you pull vehicles over into this building. You know what I mean? It's like this building has like side garage doors to it. I don't think I think I like the idea of like one main kind of big entrance, to it. And then yeah, like just a personal door, like a door people can enter and leave from. Yeah. Cause then at one point you could even hear like this big door opening. You could be like stuck doing something and you hear the big door opening and you try and run over to get to it in time, but you can't. Hello, Waterfowl. Best series is back. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Good to see you. Water. Called to be honest, winter's tough. Only 40 here right now. It's actually cool. Um, which has been nice. How cold is it for you? I imagine if you're saying it's cold, it's probably colder than 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Hmm. Hmm. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta use the restroom and ads need to run the Twitch side to keep rolls off for everyone. So we'll do that real quick, and I'll be back in like 3 to 4 minutes. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Okay. I've decided. The vehicle bay is going to be connected. The vehicle bay is just going to be, I think, connected. Either the storage is going to be incorporated within this building. So it's all going to be like, it's not just going to be the vehicle bay. It's going to be the vehicle bay and storage. It's either going to be connected like one big building, or there's going to be some kind of direct connection between the two. And I think it makes sense from a security standpoint. Skip, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It makes sense from a security standpoint that we wouldn't want to necessarily have the garage connected to everything else. But I feel like when we made this place, it was not, we were not like, holy, there are threats everywhere. We're really worried about things getting in. It's more of a, we noticed something every now and then, right? So, so yeah. So I think this will actually just become the vehicle / storage building. If it's going to become a both, I don't really know how I want to architect it, but I think I do like this idea. I mean, storage could even be elevated, and then there could be a walkway from this building over to it. For instance, but could have, so I feel like we would have one, where would we have the entrance be? I mean, we could always have an entrance here, right? And then there's an entrance also, whoops, over here. The elevated. And then outside, there's like a little platform and like a staircase down. In fact, we'd probably have this be on the other side. So, okay. So the vehicle bay itself, I'm not really sure how big we want to make it. I don't think we need to make it too big. If it's going to be the whole thing, then we probably can make it shorter. So probably like 12 instead. Do like a 12 by 12 and then If we do 12, what do I have to shift? Oh no, we would want to make the cutout 11.5 now. 11.5. And then this just needs to shift over. And then we'd have, so this is the vehicle bay, yeah. Okay. I think we will sandwich it against the wall. If I want to sandwich it completely against the wall, I think I do. Not sure why that's slightly off like that, but there we go. Go. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I like that. And then, yeah, and then the storage. Ooh, what if we actually had the storage? So it's like this, right? What if we did the storage differently? What if the storage was... Is that like a flat building, you know? Make it into like half, like this silo style thing. It could connect to the side here. What was that? Yeah, so I think the storage building is going to be different. Do away with the silo. Then... Hello, Josh. What's different in Godot from other game engines when it comes to modeling? I'm not too sure. I've only really used Godot. I used it a little bit in Unity and stuff, but like that's about it. I never tried to model anything. I modeled some terrain in Unity a long time ago, but at that point I was just like brushing a height map and stuff. It was completely different. I mean, with Godot, it has a bunch of primitives built in where like you just have boxes, cylinders, meshes. Like you have a lot of, you know, primitive shapes and stuff. And I'm using that to prototype right now. It's all been, you know, very easy as a result. You could bake like collision meshes as well from it. So that's really nice, but yeah, that's about it. Not too sure on that regard. Frame modeling, you use a nightmare. Therefore, most selling assets I see are terrain modelers and tools for it. Gotcha. So far, for Unity, I was trying to make a box with 4 planes. I feel like I couldn't make them straight. Yeah, I mean, that's probably just getting used to what like you're trying to do, I'd say. At least from my experience, because I know like lining stuff up in 3D models, and it can be very strange. Pretty new to it. Yeah, it may just be getting used to it. That's what I probably think, because it's hard to say, because I thought things were like wrong before, and I realized that like for some reason all of a sudden like a position was shifted by like a fractional amount and not like an even amount. I don't know. There's been some weirdness. Yeah. But so far, I've really liked Godot's built-in modeling and everything. It's been very straightforward and nice to work with. I'm wondering how it's going to be to actually start using Blender to model some of this stuff, because I'm so used to like doing it in Godot so far to, you know, to gray box and prototype. So For the VR class, we're probably going to use already made assets to understand the code more than the modeling. Yeah, probably, I'd imagine. For a class, at least. They'll probably give you something to do with that. Because, I mean, especially if it's VR based. Yeah, I mean, like, you're learning VR stuff at that point, not how to model. So that's cool, though. You're going to take a VR class. Nice. Godot has made some very interesting strides when it comes to VR and augmented reality. And Josh, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Why do more people use Godot than Unity and Unreal? I wouldn't say that. Godot's market share is definitely smaller than that of Unity and Unreal. One thing I don't know if does Unity have. I imagine Unreal. One thing that Godot lacks. As far as I'm aware, is a paid, an official paid support team. So like Unity and stuff, you could talk to Unity and be like, hey, like I want some support for this or something, right? And they could support you for the tool itself. Same with Unreal, right? Godot, because it's an open source software, you're not going to get that kind of like paid stuff. You could like contract people to help you at that point, but then you're relying on the people, not like the official foundation or something, right? So that's a bit different in that regard. But you yeah, Besides, or unless you use enterprise, yeah. Well, that's what I'm talking about, kind of like enterprise stuff. Another person I watch uses Unity and Blender. Yeah, I mean they're all just tools. It's all about preference at the end of the day. Some things of note are just people like different things. I mean, one of the biggest motivating factors is going to be the financial kind of restrictions placed on the usage and selling a game when it comes to the engines. So I think for Unreal, it's like if you make over $1 million and you have to pay a certain amount of money after that or something. Unity, I think it's over like $100,000 or something. I'm not super familiar with the terms, but there are financial restrictions for both Unreal and Unity at that point. As for Godot, there are none. You have every penny that you make off the game. Of course, the restriction that Godot asks of you is that you place, what's it called? You have to disclose that you made the game with Godot, basically. But for me, I was just messing with it more of a web dev. Yeah. Godot actually has some really cool stuff for UI design in it. People actually like Godot's UI. Not the engine itself, but creating user interface with the engine. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to preference. I mean, even if someone disagrees with some of the stuff that Unity's done with their whole like paid, models and stuff, subscription model and whatever they're trying to do. At the end of the day, it comes down to experience too. If you're really experienced with C# and stuff, you can use C# with Godot, but at that point, it's all about are you kind of locked into a certain thing or not? So. Also, Unreal and Unity, as far as I'm aware, are probably going to be easier. Well, definitely Unreal, but Unity's going to have a lot more like assets and stuff like that kind of directly available in their store. Godot's making some progress, official or unofficial, for asset store. I can't remember if it's official or not, but that's one big thing. Asset stores, those engines have that. I was using the asset store to find free assets. Yeah, exactly, right. So, and I mean, Godot, you can import those assets. Godot's going to be able to work with a lot of the asset types that are provided when you download them through, whether it be Unity or Unreal's asset store. So, yeah, and then add-ons for the engine itself. Unreal and Unity are going to have a lot more add-ons designed specifically for them. So Godot does have add-ons, but it's not going to have nearly the same amount. So. I was going to say one more thing. I can't remember what it is, but yeah. Also tutorials. I mean, that's probably the last thing I'd say is documentation, stuff like that. Godot's documentation is really nice, but I mean, there are going to be a lot of Unity and Unreal Engine tutorials out there. So, what are you working on tonight? I'm working on creating my first game. It's a horror game. I'm doing a bit of story development and level design. So right now I have the this is the weather station. And at the moment, I'm just trying to figure out how I kind of want to do some of the buildings still. It keeps coming back. I placed down the buildings, and I was like, okay, I think we're good. But I keep kind of coming back to it. So this is the newest edition right here. Because I'm thinking of making it where there's an actual vehicle bay. How long did it take you to make this? That's a... I don't know. I've been working on this since... I can tell you. When did I first work on this? Let's see when I made the first file here. For the main environment. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so like middle of November. Middle of November, and I kind of worked on it since then. So not specifically the level. I mean, I've done a lot of things. I've done the save system, and like if I launch the game, you know, there's the menu, and we have an objective system. I can walk in, it completes the objective and stuff like that. You know, making some interactables and stuff like this auxiliary generator, and you know, got some doors and stuff like that, right? Got a panel here, and I can't actually interact with yet because of the objective system. So it's doing its job. But yeah, so, but you know, also like saving and loading. So like I can load here. All right, well, this is the load that I just created, or save I just created. But see, you know, got saving and loading done. So, yep. When it comes to making a game like Resident Evil, how big would a standard level look like in their game engine? How big? Well, I have no idea. But it's going to have a lot of assets in it. That's for sure. I mean, if you think about it, right? I mean, you'd have to look at their level and think about what things are broken up. But I mean, you know, there's the wall. There are the things that are on the wall. You know, there's the texture, there's the bumps on the wall, the rocks on the ground. Are they all, you know, one big thing? Night, love you. So yeah, I mean, you know, it's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's gonna be packed full of things. So, I saw when they made a video for 7. Their early alpha looked like nothing. Oh, nothing like the final game? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is a lot of prototyping's done. Like this. They'll call it gray boxing and stuff. I think it's gray boxing, like blocking out. There's, I think, one more term, white boxing for it. But, you know, just prototyping, laying out your kind of design for the level and whatever else. And then, you know, people really start working on it. But they also have people who specialize in each specific category that are working on it. So. GTA levels are, I can think about it. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's gonna be a lot of stuff. It's crazy how good some of the graphics are nowadays too. Probably just make it over like that. Far over. Go. Someone told me game engines usually come pre-built with shaders, so you don't have to mess with it. Uh, so not sure why. Okay, so an engine pre-built with shaders. I'm not really sure what that means specifically, but um, there are a lot of shaders that people have created that are available for you to go ahead and use and stuff. Making sure it works with the game engine is important because like Godot has its own kind of thing, or like graphics. Oh, okay, so you mean like that? Yeah, I mean that also depends, yeah, greatly on the engine. So like Unreal is going to have a lot more kind of batteries included when it comes to making a game look more AAA. You know, like a game slap on Lumen, Nanite, to try and get some crazy stuff going. Um, Unity, and then Unity's going to have its own kind of pipeline for whatever they do for making games look good. I'm not sure, but Godot has come a long way recently with some of that. Like it doesn't have texture streaming built in, at least. You'd have to implement your own kind of thing for that. Stuff like that. So, but you're missing the AAA. Probably should make it a huge game. Um, yeah, I mean, if you want to make a massive, if you were making like I've thought about before, right? If I was trying to make a game that was really appealing visually, I would definitely consider using Unreal, for example, right? Just to see the experience out of the box. You have to have knowledge of how to achieve those graphics in their respective engine still, regardless. But you have to have more knowledge depending on the engine you choose. So, like in Godot, you would have to have more knowledge of how to actually get the look that you wanted. Um, like I said, compared to something like Unreal, where it's going to already have some of that done for you. So you're whoever told you that is, I guess, if that's what they were talking about, then yeah. Like when you see delays and stuff like that. Oh yeah, you're talking about like the actual shader compilation. As far as I'm aware, though, I mean that's why a lot of games will just do like shader compilation and stuff when they start up, like the big games, because they're like spawning the effect or like using the shader, and then so the shader is built at that point instead of being built when it comes up during gameplay. Um, that probably isn't something to really concern, like of much concern, I'd say. I know long ago, Godot did something along the line. It's called like an Uber shader. Basically, like things are kind of compiled into like this one big shader. But I don't know a lot about how it works. You'd have to look at that. But that may be a little bit more along the lines of what you're talking about. How big do we want the storage building to be? Oh, we had an original storage building actually. What is going on with that? What's up with that? Why 5? How is that? Is this rotated? Oh, okay. I was wondering. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Um, just dying for you? I think my stream's okay, Rakish. Can you guys still see my stream? Is it okay for you still? It's back? Okay. No. I didn't drop any frames that I'm aware of, so can you? Thank you. Yeah. More Rakish problem? That's what I'm saying to Jago. It's always a Rakish problem. It's a common theme. Pop storage back. Yeah, I kind of like that. We can make it a smaller building in the back like this. Make it 7 meters. You asked for it. Don't do it, Rakish. No. No. I would no. No. I better not know what you're talking about, Rakish. Rakish, I swear, don't. It was funny. It was funny when the discount was going on, but it's not funny now. No, Josh, it's not. Making a game engine is not impossible. I mean, people did it, right? That's how game engines were created. It's just all about, you have to have a lot of technical knowledge if you want to create your own game engine. That's just really what it comes down to. If you're creating a game engine, you're not creating a game anymore. You're creating a tool. You don't know much about it? Yeah, I mean, it's all about technical knowledge at that point. You'd have to, yeah, designing the tool is going to be completely different. If you wanted to make your own game engine, you could, but it would be a learning experience. I mean, you'd be spending a long time on it just to get something kind of rudimentary going. Unless you're really knowledgeable. So there are a lot of people that kind of work on their own game engines and stuff. There are a lot of jokes about it, especially like specifically in the Rust community. It's like there are more games, there are more game engines made in Rust than there are games made in a game engine in Rust, and also just in Rust. But yeah, game engines space. Sometimes you get curious about it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to think about like the game engines and stuff. It's cool to dive into the technical side of things. So, Rakish, I told you, man. This guy, this guy. Rakish, thank you so much for gifting that tier 1 sub to the Jago. The Jago, welcome back to the Foundry. Good to have you back. I'm so used to playing the game rather than making it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, playing games is good, though. Thank you for starting that hype train, Rakish. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Tennesseeically training you, Rakish, through subliminal orders. you'd think it was reverse psychology, but I genuinely tell Rakish not to give subs, man. I tell him all the time. I'm like, take care of yourself, and he just, he doesn't listen. He's not a great listener, chat. he's not a great listener. So, yeah. No, guess what? It's not what your mom said. I'm glad you listened to someone. I'm glad you listened to someone. Oops. Come on, chat. Let's move Rakish over here real quick. Oh, sorry. I meant the dumpster. I don't know why I said Rakish. My bad. That's messed up. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, people make mistakes. People make mistakes. You know what? I think that's a fantastic place for a dumpster, if I do say so myself. Hello, Mooney. have I stumbled upon here? You have stumbled upon uh game dev. I'm making my first horror game. Welcome. I'm working on a little bit of level design at the moment. Earlier I was working on some story development. Um Somehow I got off on the side tangent of redoing a couple buildings. So that's what we're doing right now. We're doing well. Making some progress. Hope you're doing well, Mooney. The thing I found interesting is Resident Evil uses C# for the code, which is the same as I'm learning now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably, yeah, newer ones, because they probably use their own. They probably use a custom game engine, right, for Resident Evil. C#'s good to know. C# is good to know. All right, Micro, hello. C#'s everywhere, even in Unreal Engine. The build engine in main config is C#. Oh, even in Unreal Engine. The build engine in main config is C#. Really? I know that. Most game files have thousands of lines of code just for one file I'm using. I mean, that depends, Josh. The more you learn and the more you get exposed to stuff, you'll see, you know, kind of how things are done. Also best practices and stuff, because it's commonly considered an anti-pattern once a file gets too big, because at that point the file's probably doing that one thing is probably doing too many things. You know, it should be broken up into, you know, more than one file or something. So how you gonna remember all that? Ah, yes, that's the fun part of programming, is remembering what your own code does. Build files and config for plugins are all C#. Interesting, Micah. I didn't know that. Now we find out if Rakish said if Rakish said the correct thing. But yeah, I mean, it just depends on the file too. Uncle told me, bro. Yeah, no, I know. Yelling at the guy who wrote code on my project 6 months ago. It was me, but 1,000 times sillier. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like it when I look at my own code and I'm like, how could you do this to me? How could you do this to me past me? Luckily I haven't run into that too many times in this specific scenario, but yes. Port, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Much appreciated. And thanks again, Rakish, for the hype train. But sometimes worrying about patterns for smaller indie games can limit the production of the game. In some cases, cause the dev to abandon. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would agree with Hypnotic, for example, whenever he said that he gets something working before refactoring it, because it's good to get something working first, because first of all, it's working and it motivates you. Two, if it breaks during the refactor, then you know, okay, well, let me go back or something, right? And let me make like one smaller change at a time to make it a better refactor at that point. But yeah. Hello, Port. What are we doing? I am working on my first game. It's a horror game. It is a immersive horror game. Yeah, it takes place in a fictional world where you, the player, are sent to a weather station to figure out what happened to the previous crew and get it back online. Yeah. So let me see. I'm currently working on some level design for it. We did a little bit of story development earlier in the Obsidian side of things. Trying to figure out kind of the plot for the story here. So kind of why things went wrong and how they went wrong and stuff like that. So yeah. Full thunderstorm. But how about yourself, Port? How you doing? All right. I feel like we'd have. Would we have more than one exit on these buildings? I feel like we would, right? Where would we have? Where would we have exits? Yeah, probably two, right? Here and here. Yeah. That's like a cool game. I appreciate it. Yeah. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to explain. I'm it's still in the very early stages of things. I'm still making a lot of changes, kind of stuff. So it's a bit chaotic, but things jump around. But I'll do my best to explain anything. But yeah, welcome. Um. These notes are from Obsidian. Yeah, so this is Obsidian. On the right here, this is Excalibur. I use it's a community plugin for it. You can see this, yeah. Excalibur. So it's a community plugin. It actually allows you to use Excalibur inside Obsidian, which is really, really nice. I also use file color and iconize because why not? Quick add was for like me actually writing like lore and stuff for myself, but yep. We're just building itself. How do we kind of want to lay this out? I think this is where maybe I should not make it out of I should make it out of walls instead of no. I think I'd be okay, just be one big room. I think I'd be okay to make it one big room. So we'll duplicate this and we'll say inside cutout. Then we'll make it like 3 point. Or sorry, 6.8. 0.8. And then that's the cutout. We'll do subtraction. You're going for a tangible story. You're pulling a good old spooky cults and demons approach. So it's based in the fictional world that I've created. And in this world, there are anomalies. So there are creatures that don't necessarily make sense, to exist, right? For example, one of them as a concept, not a very great concept, I'll mind you, but one of the things may be that. Oh, I saw the notes and it's not Notion. Yeah. Why'd you decide to do it? Is it a project for your? Oh no, it's yeah. I mean, I'm making this game for me basically. Yeah. I've always wanted to make a game, so here I am. Yeah. So it's based in a fictional world, Mooney. The way I see this world though is I like things to make sense. I like things to be kind of almost grounded in reality because there's something innately scary about real life, right? But yeah, I like things to feel familiar is a better way to probably put it. I like things to feel familiar when you're kind of interacting with things because I think it helps provide immersion. If you already know how something works based off your bias of real life, and the bias off of real life success, is like successfully translates to game knowledge. And what I mean by that is that let's say you see a mouse or something and you move the mouse and it actually works. That was bias from real life of having used a mouse to in-game using a mouse, right? So, anytime you interact with something, I want it to feel kind of reminiscent of real life, what you may do with it, things that would make sense, whether it be infrastructure or, stuff like that, processes, protocols. I like things to be kind of realistic. That said, I love the fictional side of it, where there are anomalies and there's all these creatures and stuff, and it's a horrible place. You don't want to live in my fictional world. Let's just say that. So, yeah, that's basically one of the reasons why you're even at this weather station, in this remote place is because we were terraforming this planet actually. We were terraforming this place, and the weather station was built because we want to monitor it, right? We want to figure out, okay, is everything going according to plan? What are the side effects of what we're doing here? And, well, part of the side effects is that these creatures became a bit more active, and hence a little bit more of the plot of the game. So, Stephen King's The Fog. Yeah, The Fog was pretty crazy. The Fog was pretty crazy. So yeah, tangible, hopefully, Mooney, but tangible within this world. If that makes sense. Yeah, I guess let's just do that for now. Didn't like how the movie ended compared to the book in reference to The Fog. Gotcha. Oh, the movie ended? Yeah, the movie, that was horrible, man. If I remember correctly, the whole car thing, right? Yeah. 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 Horrible. That's interesting though. I didn't know that the book ended differently. So, but yeah, sounds cool. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoys it. I think I'll add probably kind of some kind of thing that connects it smoothly as well. Speaking about, or no, I already read that. Whoops. All right. Let's add a door. What's your favorite horror movie book game? Well, I think my favorite horror movie's got to be the original The Thing. Clocking things interesting. Great idea. I appreciate it, Port. Yeah. Yeah, it's how you actually get ingots and stuff on the channel. Like if you mine, you'll see your little guy go across. This is actually a Godot game. This little track and everything in the cave over there, and this little guy, it's all part of a Godot game. And if you mine, you'll actually see your little guy go across the screen. I can show you. You'll see my little guy go across the screen here. There he is. So there he goes. And you'll see how many ingots I get over the side. And that's Rakish over there. The heart is actually your heart rate? Yeah, that's actually my heart rate. Yep. But yeah, the original The Thing, I'd say Mooney is my favorite movie. I love Alien too. Alien is so good. I'd say Alien is a really big inspiration for me when it comes to this world. Well, also The Thing actually, with some of the infrastructure and like the ideas. I love The Thing and I love Alien. Those two for sure. As for a book, that'd be hard to say. I'm not sure. I don't know if I've ever really read a horror book. Yeah. Megaport. Your name is all black for some reason. I don't know why. I think it's people with like all white names for some reason. I don't know, because Gaxico, someone else has an all white name and it does the same thing. But and as for the game though, ooh. Let's see. Where is there not a horror genre? Thought there'd be a horror genre in Steam here. Yeah, horror. Let's see. I really liked. I played a few that I liked. Akamanto was a really good one. Um, Akamanto was here, I'll type it for you. Akamanto was a good one. That one I didn't like at first because it was hard. Like it was hard because if you die, you start over completely. Like it was, it's kind of older spirit. Um, but it was a lot of fun. I liked that one. That one was cool. I thought Blair Witch was a lot of fun. Very cool game. Bloodwash was cool. Absolov End of Gods. That one was a great game. Loved that one. I like a lot of the Chilla's art stuff. I think they did good stuff. Unsorted Horror by the creator of Mike Klebnica, the guy who created Buckshot Roulette. Yeah, those are some. Looking at my Steam library here. Little Nightmares was also a lot of fun. I never played the second one though. Let's get a door cut out from somewhere. Pocket door. Apart from this project, are you working on anything else? Project-wise, no. I used to have a decent amount of projects kind of going, but I've basically been working on this like full time. Yeah, I've been busy with other things recently, so I haven't had as much time to work on this. But my idea is to work on this full time. So when it came out, The Ring was pretty scary too. Yeah, The Ring was good. I have a lot of different projects that I've worked on though. I mean, I like messing around. Like I said, or I don't know if I said it out loud. Most recently, I worked on Advent of Code in addition to game dev. Like I took a break from this to do Advent of Code a little bit, but I reached kind of the end of that, and it was very difficult. So I was taking a break from Advent of Code, going back to game dev. So, yeah, I don't know. I've done a lot of different stuff, but yeah, nothing, no other active projects. So the thing that I worked on before this was actually a game template in Godot. That's what I created this game off of. So like it had an existing like this menu and everything, the options and all this kind of stuff was all based on. This is all, well, as you can see, some of it's not done, but yeah, all this was just based on my game template. So, and then I added some features like loading here because this is specific to the game. But yeah. Person grabbed you through the screen. Settings page now? Oh, yeah, there's been a settings page. This is I just never go to it because it's part of the template, and I don't have a reason to mess with it really. But yeah, you can change. All this works. All of it works. This is the FPS limit and stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's actually off the screen. I'm getting 2000 FPS now. Don't want to do that. Yeah, background FPS limit, FPS. There's the actual counter, and one you can actually move this around. Oh, interesting. It's bugged. Oh, that's an interesting bug. I don't know what happened with that. I'll have to fix that. I think that might have to do with layering. But yeah. And the controls, like rebinding stuff, actually works. And you can see there's a collision. It's just very light kind of stuff. Also, one thing I find personally cool is if you click this on your keyboard, like you can see I'm hitting W and everything here. It actually presses the key and stuff. So FPS limit of 1? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna limit that back to 1. Oh yeah, you can see that I've got some actual configuration stuff. I did write a configuration manager thing too. That was another project that was a precursor to this, but how about yourself, Port? You working on anything specific? Where is the... Yeah, the door cut out. All right, copy that. Paste this. We'll probably have this. Kind of want to enter it here. What are you using to build this? This is Godot that I'm currently using. So Godot's the game engine. I'll use Obsidian, you know, for notes and my game design document. I plan on using Sprite to texture some stuff, Vital to do some of the sounds, and then LMMS, which is an open source DAW. I can't remember what DAW stands for, but it's used for like music production and stuff. To the soundtracks, maybe. So that is the current plan, at least. Things that I've actively used are Godot and Obsidian, though. That's not where I want it. But knowing that, we can actually rotate this now. They're good for dev, but there's performance hit with them. Yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna redo it all. Like I plan on redoing a lot of it in Blender, Miker. I was just basically putting down what I can as like a prototype, you know, just gray boxing and stuff. Performance hit with them. That's been better recently as well, right? I thought there was some strides on that. I don't know very much about it. I'm asking at the same time. I'm basically asking. I see ya. Not what I meant to do. Put there, probably. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like it makes sense to have a door over here as well. So I think we will actually add that. So we need to go back to our vehicle bay. And as the game runs, it has to modify the geometry using mesh instances. They don't have to modify the geometry. Gotcha. So it's a one-time performance hit, or I guess as long as the CSGs don't move, or is it always, I guess, modifying it? Like, is it modifying it every? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's horrible. I see. That's good to know. I appreciate you saying so. Yeah, I plan on redoing a lot of it, you know, in Blender. So. Okay, I'll get you some. Especially the Boolean operations. Okay, gotcha. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to be aware of that kind of stuff. I want to make people's computers enjoy running the game. So. Where would this be on the inside? Probably there. Yeah, I like it. Makes sense to me. Remember, you can export them out to Blender and then re-import the GLB to make them a mesh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna One thing that I've been waiting on a lot is I don't really know how to. Hold on. Does that have a lip? It has a lip on it. It does. Hello, Andres. Welcome. Play one other. Quiet on the YouTube side. Not what I meant to do. There we go. Yeah, it's a little bit below, but yeah, I was gonna remake it all in Blender. Yeah, that's good. And then we'll have this connect maybe here or something. I'm not really sure. Maybe this should be bigger and we should have like this be out. I'm not sure. Or we could actually have the storage be integrated a little bit more into this. But this is good. I like this so far. This is good. Good. But yeah, I was gonna remake it all in Blender and export like the buildings as like one whole mesh and stuff like that. That's why this building's so ugly. I like changed the interior a little bit and also like this is broken. Like you can't walk through the doorway right here because the collider's in the way and it's a mess. But you know, yeah. Nice, Huntress. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. That's one of the best things you could do with it. Making games and learning. Good layout, but how do devs make it more realistic? Oh yeah, models. Yeah, just actually, yeah, like Micro said. I mean, because right now everything are just boxes and whatever else. So you know, basically textures. Like, there are 3 things from a visual perspective I think that you can do to make things, off the top of my head, make things much more immersive. Models, textures, and lighting. Those are gonna be 3 massive things. So yeah. I did minus CSG, then send them to Blender, then I kit bash the model so I can reuse it. Interesting. And kit bash is like that's a service, right? Like a platform. Oh, it's a practice. So kit bashing or model bashing is the practice of making a new scale model by taking pieces out of kits. Make the models into components. Oh, okay. Interesting. And all 3 things are dev's job or designers? I mean, if you're a solo dev, everything's your responsibility. Marketing, music, texturing, level design, character design, or, you know, like dialogue, story, sound effects. So it's all on. That's why a lot of indie devs will, you know, use assets and everything else like that, because the rest is, you know, people can't do the other things for you, but you know, you can reuse some assets and everything else. So interesting about exporting them though, like that. That's interesting. And then re-importing them. That's really good to know. Okay. Interesting. Kojima did it alone. It was scrap in a cave. Why can't you? Yep. Oh my god. That's funny. So for example, the floor may be broken up in 1x1 squares or other sizes, like 4x4. The walls would be in matching sizes. Say a door could be a 4x4 section with a 2x3 or 2 or 3 meter high section for wall door cut in. Oh, so you're you're basically like doing Legos, right? You're talking about like where you have just actual blocks. Like the wall isn't necessarily one giant long entity. It could be more than one together like a jigsaw. Yeah. Taking a shot at Kojima game and drink when his name appears. Yeah. Interesting. Lore may be broken up into 1x1 squares. I'm assuming you're just in that regard, you may be talking about like isn't it so isn't that inefficient though? If you're doing like 1x1 squares for a floor, because at that point you're having to lay out that many to cover the ground, right? So use mesh instances and they only load one mesh and draw many of them. That's really neat. Okay. So it only takes one draw call to draw all of them. So how would you? Because this is one thing I wanted to ask someone. How would you go about redoing this building, for example? Can I find Godot? There we go. Like, how would you redo? How would you go about redoing this building? Because it's more complicated geometry-wise, right? Like, there are the window cutouts in the top and whatever else. But the main thing is that there are the walls. Out to a base mesh, so I could basically keep the work that I've done by exporting it out to a base mesh and then fixing it up in Blender, and then I basically have like the components on top of them. With all for the foundation. Because the thing that I've thought about that I haven't really understood, right, is, or well, I it's not that I don't understand. It's just that like I don't know the best way to go about it. Those 4 window sections could be one mesh and used twice. Five windows. Because you're saying by twice you mean. Okay, 3 times. Okay, all right. I'm just making sure I understand. I'm just making sure I understand. Okay. All right, yeah. Hi, James. It's all CSG right now because you're still great. Yeah, CSG mesh easily. Yeah. I mean, I've done it in engine before. I didn't think about exporting it to Blender. Same object 3 ways. Yeah. Because I mean, the thing is I want to redo this building, and I didn't know like how I should go about it because obviously the whole building's the whole building in theory, right? But I didn't know if like the walls versus, I don't know. I guess it comes down to like I'm thinking about it in terms of if I change it, because like if this wall over here, if this wall was the same as this wall, like it was all the same wall, and I expand just okay, never mind. That's different. Never mind this. Yeah. Well, let's say I make the top come out a little bit, like then it messes up. But yeah. Making modular models? I guess I could actually. That's not something I've thought about looking at before. Modular model making. Dilly, you have pieces of walls. It could be some. Yeah. That's what I think Micro was also talking about. So it looks like complex like military enterprise. Yeah. So the furniture and fittings will all be the same. So desks and chairs would be the same. Yeah. I mean the top inside the top up here. My idea is that it's up here it's gonna be like more like desk chairs or something, and then downstairs it'll be, like I need to make a dining table, right, with chairs that wouldn't be just, desk chairs. But not much is going to probably be on the inside here. There'll be not a desk chair there too, probably. But, well, that'll be a desk chair, I guess. Because there'll be a computer here, from what I could tell. So, oh, so what about interior walls? Do you just do the interior walls the same thing where you like create standard sizes of walls and then plop them down and then there's the cutouts and stuff? Yeah. So what do you do what do you do whenever it's slightly off or something? Like you need something a little bit different. I guess you could just take the piece that that would work but is slightly off, make a modification to it to make it work, and then save that as a separate copy, I guess so. Most construction companies would make each building different. They would cut costs, do the same things. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Modeling, I have no experience with, and that's definitely a completely different beast to me. So I'm looking forward to modeling a lot and figuring out that and becoming better at that. But at the same time, that is very intimidating. That one's gonna be intense. You'll find the thinking modular make buildings a lot quicker. Yeah, I mean, so far that's what I've already tried to do with. Like I haven't had any holder ground. Oh yeah, no, it is. I mean, like everything. If you look at a game, Josh, and you think, if you look at a game and you notice something. I'm going to say you notice something specific about the game. There's probably a path, an education path that you could pursue to specifically do that. So. Green German state exam 3.5 years. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to do maybe some modular building and stuff, because that's the only thing is like I have a few buildings here, right? This building has its own proportions. This building could share some proportions with this building, so like everything could kind of be the same blueprint wise, right? Like putting them together. But then this building would be bigger. It's just larger. So like the things wouldn't inherently work for it. Also, like I'd probably want the walls to be a bit thicker for this place, maybe. I don't know. Resident Evil 2 remake starting to know how sharp the graphics were and high reflection. Oh yeah, I mean like people it's insane. It's really cool to, I mean, when you think about the amount of work that goes behind a lot of games and stuff, it's just really cool to think about. I do need to wrap things up though, guys. So I will find someone to raid, but I hope you guys had a wonderful time. For everyone who is new, it was nice to meet you. I hope you had a wonderful time. For everyone who's returning, welcome back as always. Tomorrow I will be streaming. We'll be doing more game dev. And making some more progress. So I'll hopefully get some thinking done in the meantime about what exactly I want to, how exactly I want to move forward with some of this. So yeah, we'll we will raid Zed. New game when it comes out on Friday. Oh, the new one comes out on Friday. Nice. Yeah, I do want to play them. That's one thing I've wanted to play for a while. So anyway, thank you again for all the follows. Port, Josh, Skiv, and Kobali, I believe. Skeptic, yeah, it was a pleasure as always. Thank you guys again for the follows. Much appreciated. Say hi to Zed. I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.